When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was home.
Clerk, could you conduct the roll call?
Supervisor Klein?
Present.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashek?
Here.
Supervisor Norville?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here. All right, and could Dolly Riley, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Of the United States of to the Republic, a nation, indivisible.
All right, so we'll move on to item 2, which is public expression for items that aren't on the agenda. So if you have a public expression, please come up to the microphone. State your name.
Good morning, Dee Pallison, District 5. This is about your response to the grand jury's report on planning and building services. At the board meeting on September 9th, 2025, we discussed my issues with the response regarding PRC 4290. In the spirit of transparency and open and honest communication, I met in person with Assembly Member Chris Rogers' staff yesterday regarding the decision by this board to continue violating state laws, PRC 4290, Title 14, and Health and Safety Code 17958.2. They are now looking into it. I have many issues with this response, not the least of which is that based on the presentation at the last meeting, the response appears to be written by the department under scrutiny, with no independent investigation by the board. I'm concerned about the perception that you may have let the fox in the hen house. Besides PRC 4290, I saw another false statement in your response on page 4 under Property 1. Your response states, and I quote, "Ordinance number 4526 removed both the 2 1/2 story requirement and the square footage limitation. Per Muni Code, access through the link on County Council's webpage, I quote section 18.23.250. A limited density rural dwelling is any structure consisting of 1 or more habitable rooms and not exceeding 2 1/2 stories intended or designed to be occupied one family, with ordinance number 4526 listed as the reference. I verified this via the meeting video and minutes where this was voted on September 12th, 2023. By the way, this item was on the consent calendar and was passed with no discussion, which I am certain is a violation of County Policy 15 and possibly the Brown Act. It is concerning to me that the department appears to not know the regulations they are supposed to be operating under. If the department got this wrong, can we truly trust anything else they said? Supervisor Williams stated last meeting that the scope was too narrow, that the process doesn't lend itself to this type of problem. From the reading I've done on this process, it is the board's job to perform their own investigation to verify if there are in fact any issues. It does not appear that that is what happened here. The jury states in their report that they reviewed 77 properties, conducted more than 20 interviews, reviewed 14 documents, utilized 3 county databases and 3 web-based programs. The board's response focused on the 5 examples of what they found and worked very hard to disprove those examples, which when reviewed carefully actually supports the grand jury's recommendations, raises more questions, and feels like smoke and mirrors. I also noticed that department policies and procedures were not among the listed documents. It makes me wonder why. Did you review any policies and procedures? Did the committee do any research? What was the ad hoc committee's methodology? How did you come to the conclusions that you did? And do you realize that this response is now a part of the permanent state archives with your names on it? Thank you.
All right, thank you. I hope some of those points were captured by the clerk. Well, so that we can look into them more. So, yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Chair, I think you would have to give direction to staff if you want follow-up.
Well, I thought we were going to follow up on some of those. One of the issues, the 4290, that was raised last time. Yeah. County Council.
Chair, through the chair, this is public expression. The item is not on the agenda. We do have some direction from that grand jury report. I know that staff is working on that. This is public expression.
Okay, very good. Right.
Good morning, board. I'm Gizmo, and I'm here again about the siren program in Redwood Valley. Our local fire department has recently been continuing to reallocate money that was directed towards our siren program. And I've been sitting in these meetings for over 4.5 years. And one of the directives for our disaster recovery document that Redwood Valley came up with during the 2017 fires, which included some of the $21.6 million that we received from PG&E, was that we would have a siren program for our early warning system. A lot of folks around Redwood Valley, Tom Kai area, Black Bart Trail, relied on the siren, and it was like a trust building thing that we heard it at 12 o'clock every day, and we knew that the fire department had our backs because that siren went off at 12 o'clock every day. Since the 2017 fires, it's only gone off twice, and that was to test one new siren that we received. We were supposed to receive 4 sirens with a standard operating procedure and I think what they call a daylight revenue to pay for someone to be able to operate the siren during the 4 or 5 months of high fire danger time. So far, most of that money has been voted away to cover other expenses. Now, I've sat through these meetings and I've agreed that we do need a little extra money to fix the septic. We do need a little extra money to fix this. But now, most of the siren money has been voted away and continues to be reallocated. I would have to say that I am voting a vote of no confidence for our board and our fire chief at this point right now, and any money that is going to be reimbursed to the fire department from the 21.6 million funds. I think all of it should be held until we look at the fact that they are not operating in a procedural way that works for the public. I don't like to go against the fire department at all. We've worked together for a long time. But this siren program is essential. If you blow the siren, people live. If you don't blow the siren, if you don't warn them, if they don't have a way to wake up, get out of bed, understand what's going on, share with their neighbors, if there is no situational awareness, people die. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Dolly Riley, and I'm here on another agenda matter, but I'm going to say a few things from Redwood Valley that are important to us. I'm chair of the Municipal Advisory Council, so I get all of the info and work on the info. Yes, we need sirens in Redwood Valley, absolutely. They bought a siren, they're not using it. I go to the fire meetings as well. But I also want to talk about two other matters. Our community action plan that we've developed over the last 7-8 years is slowly winding its way. Last I heard from planning and building is that our supervisor was going to look at it, our county council was going to again look at it. We really would like our community action plan developed by 500 people in Redwood Valley over many years. We would really like it to eventually be adopted by the Board of Supervisors and added to the county general plan. So that said, I also want to give a shout out for all of the efforts of the Redwood Valley Community Rec Center Steering Committee, and they have worked very hard for 2 years, meeting regularly, and we recently received a request for proposal from the Ukiah Unified School District to lease or buy the old Redwood Valley School, which is the site, would be the site of the rec center. And we are having trouble finding the funds to do so because we were hoping it would be a lease like the ARC Center that the Ukiah Unified leased at Grace Hudson School. That's not going to happen now, so we're trying to work with Assemblyman Chris Rogers for funding. But I put that out to the Board of Supervisors and the public because it is a dilemma. There is nothing for kids to do in Redwood Valley. And so we're working on it. We're brainstorming. We're trying to figure, we have donors, but 100,000 isn't enough. We need a lot more. So I want to say that, and I think those are the three things I wanted to cover, and I'll stay for the agenda item I'm here for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Hashak and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Kevin Evans, and I'm from Wallala. On May 25th, 2025, 2 girls ages 16 and 10 lost their lives in a single car accident on 10 Mile Cutoff on their way to school. The road they traveled on has no posted speed limit. So the speed limit is 55 miles an hour per the law. It is common for a driver to swerve suddenly to avoid a pothole or uneven pavement. This quick action may cause a car to lose control or veer into oncoming traffic. In an email from county staff to me dated January 3rd, 2023, Iverson and 10 Mile Cutoff were last chip sealed in fiscal year 2000-2001. According to the report, the county's 20-year corrective maintenance plan, both roads are scheduled to be rechipped in 2035-36. The report also says that industry standards for road maintenance is every 20 years, with heavy use roads being maintained every 15 years. When Iverson and 10 Mile Cutoff are finally repaired, it will be 34 years of deferred maintenance. I communicated my concerns about deferred road maintenance in writing to the Board of Supervisors on June 1st, 2023, as part of your county budget process. I restated my concern in person at a May 2025 budget meeting in Fort Bragg. I would not suggest transferring money from other essential county services to do the road maintenance program. However, I would suggest the county staff identify roads that exceed industry standards and reprioritize for immediate maintenance. Public safety should be the county's highest priority. I would also recommend that the board consider prioritizing Pacific Woods and Old Stage Road in Wallala and Little River Airport Road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no further comments in the chamber. Oh. Okay, one more.
I apologize, Mr. Chair.
No problem.
Good morning, sir, and Board of Supervisors. My name is Phil Williams. I've been practicing water law in California for probably about 15 years. I have multiple advanced degrees, all focused on water. I have a master's in public administration, where I studied financing and administering complex water projects. I have a Juris Doctorate, and then I have a Master's of Law in Water, after which my wife said, "No more school, Phil, it's time to go to work and start earning your keep." I also serve as special counsel for the city of Ukiah, though I am not here this morning in my professional capacity. Given the comments made recently by certain members of a group called Mendo Matters, which are becoming increasingly personal, I am here in my personal capacity. 2 weeks ago, you were beckoned by a group that purports to speak for the entire Russian River community to take a step that would plainly prove catastrophic to the Russian River community and its 600,000 residents, including Potter and Redwood Valleys. Prudently, you declined this invitation to communal immolation. In response, the commissioners at the Inland Water and Power Commission, representatives of water purveyors, namely Ukiah Flood Control and Potter Valley Irrigation District and Redwood Valley, and including your own county water agency, directed Ms. Janet Pauley, the chair, to write in response. In that letter, she highlighted the hard-fought agreement we secured with our partners on the Eel River, including Round Valley Indian tribes, environmental groups, the state, and Sonoma Water. And in that letter, we highlighted that removing Scott Dam is entirely counter to that agreement and, in fact, is counterproductive. Ms. Pauley is a phenomenal leader. In addition to my proclivities to study, I'm a former United States Army Ranger. I have graduated from Ranger School, Air Assault School, Airborne School, Pathfinder School. I led my teams through multiple tours in Iraq. I know leaders when I see them, and she is extraordinary. Recently, someone from Mendo Matters has apparently had the audacity to impugn the motives of Ms. Pauley in this community. And Ms. Pauley is a lady who I had the great privilege of working alongside for several years now. Juveniles dressed up and purporting to serve as journalists have only repeated this nonsense. The fact that Janet signed IWPC's letter herself may lead the reader to conclude that she is alone. I stand before you now to assure you that in no uncertain terms, she is not. Far from it. And I look forward to what I am sure will be an entertaining event on October 7th, when you revisit the issue of Scott Dam. My hope is that we are all able to walk away with some clarity and that we come away inoculated from what I can only describe as a pestilence infecting this community. I am confident you will also be hearing from a significant number of water professionals in this valley who will lend their perspective and their insights onto this subject. Thank you for your time, pending your questions.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further comments in the chambers, any online?
We have Elise Cox and then David Gurney.
Local Public Media, which is a new public media organization that reimagines.
Ms. Cox.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear what I said before? I had started speaking. Okay. Anyway, so I'm Elise Cox, Mendo Local Public Media. Mendo Local Public Media is an organization that reimagines what public media can be, and to provide local information, local news, and also encourage public engagement with the political process. Now, I recently had a public records request for the county council decisions on how the asset forfeiture decisions regarding our guidance on how asset forfeiture funds can be allocated. Now, as you know, This has been a question that's been asked by the Board of Supervisors. It led to a very expensive lawsuit because there was a disagreement about this, and it's now this whole question is central to the recall effort for the district attorney. Now, I would think that this would have been a slam dunk, and that I would have had this public records request filled immediately. Instead, it was denied, and it was denied by a county council who has thrown her hat into the ring to be a judge. Now, it is really important that the public of Mendocino County understand what the guidance has been regarding the internal guidance regarding the asset forfeiture funds. It's important that we're transparent with each other and that we talk about things. And when you deny public records, you shut down the public's ability to have an informed debate. Now, I'm going to ask the Board of Supervisors right now to request those decisions, all of them, since the Public Assets Fund was put in place, to be made public, because you can do that. You can say, this is in the public interest. Let's just put these into the record of the Board of Supervisors so that we can all look and see what's there. Will you do that? Crickets? Did you hear me?
Yes.
Will you do that? Will you give us the decisions that the county council has made over time over how the public asset share funds can be allocated? Will you provide that guidance to the public?
All right. Well, is that your...
I'm asking that. And please, agenda. I'd like that to be put on the agenda, and I'd like it to be added to the meeting.
Yeah, any supervisor can put anything on the agenda.
Okay. Bernie, you represent me. Will you please put it on the agenda?
Okay. Well, thank you for your comments. Right.
Next we have David Gurney.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Dave from Fort Bragg. This is my 3 minutes, so bear with me. The treacherous Little River Airport Road is a scary drive with narrow blind curves, no shoulders, and deep ditches on either side. If the road itself wasn't bad enough, the road's surface makes it 10 times worse. There are huge, dangerous potholes and washouts, badly painted lines, no shoulders, no turnouts, and deep drainage ditches on both sides. At minimum, this county needs to do basic road repair and resurfacing. People have been complaining to you for months. They have formed committees, printed signs, made a website, and come to your meetings. Still nothing gets done. On September 1st of this month, there was a horrific mass casualty event 2 miles up Little River Airport Road along the very stretch we're talking about, the 3 miles of road from Highway 1 to the airport. From news stories, a horrific solo car crash on Little River Airport Road left 4 people injured, 3 in critical condition after their vehicle left the roadway and struck a tree. Emergency workers declared a mass casualty event as it overwhelmed medical resources due to the number of patients and the severity of their injuries, unquote. 3 people were in critical condition and medevac to hospital. The road was shut down for hours while they extracted mangled bodies from the wreckage. The poor condition of the road was likely the major cause of this single car accident. Some who are hypercritical of this board might even say that since you were warned, you have blood on your hands. That road is a thoroughfare and an evacuation route that serves both the airport and a major fire station. About 2.5 miles up, just yards from where this accident occurred, there's a retirement community called The Woods with 109 households and over 150 elderly residents. I know people in their 80s and 90s who drive that horrendous stretch of road several times a week. It's not a matter of time, it's inevitable that another horrible crash or collision that ends or ruins the lives of more victims will occur on Little River Airport Road. You need to fix that road, and you need to fix it now, as in right now. We can't necessarily repair the broken bones and bodies or the ruined lives of victims from earlier this month, but we can repair that road to prevent it from happening again. Supervisor Williams, this is on your desk. That road is in your district. You and the rest of you need to drive slowly from Highway 1 to the airport to observe the conditions and then get it fixed. And you need to do it now. This can't be put off any longer, especially not till after the rains begin and the risks go up exponentially. Please, no more blood on your hands. Get the Little River Airport fixed and do it now, as in a month ago. Fix the Little River Airport Road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, given that I was there, I'm with the speaker and the public on road conditions, and I think the board will have an ongoing discussion about the funding that's needed in order to address the roads, right? The political will is here by all five. It's been said various ways over the years. The question is how to pay for it. But one correction, having been there, I don't believe there was an MCI declared.
All right. Any further comments online?
Seeing no further comment online.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 3, the consent calendar. And the Board of Supervisors will go into recess for item 3M and will convene as the Board of Directors of the Air Quality Management District. The Mendocino County Board of Supervisors does not receive any additional compensation or stipend for acting as a board of the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District. Okay, are there any comments from the board on item 3M? Okay, seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, back to the board for a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, so the board of the directors will now recess as the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. All right, so we're on to the consent calendar with everything except item 3M. Okay, seeing no polls from the board. Okay, we'll go to public comment. Seeing none in the chamber, one in the chamber.
Would this be appropriate at this time, or should I?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, if they're on the consent calendar.
They are on the consent calendar.
Okay.
Correct. Chairman Hashak, members of the board, my name is Kevin Evans from Wallala. I have a few questions regarding item 3G, and that's the allocation of quarterly funds from Measure P and Measure D for our safety services. I would like to know the methodology in calculating the population numbers in census block areas for use in allocating Measure P and Measure D funds. An example, South Coast Fire Protection District sphere of influence includes Wallala, Anchor Bay, and surrounding census block communities. The population identified in the report for South Coast Fire Protection District is 1,777 people. Based on the entry signs into Wallala Township, the population is 2,037. Anchor Bay Census District Place identifies a population base of 167. The sphere of influence as identified in the 2016 Mendocino LAFCO Services Report for for South Coast Fire District is 2,300. So my question is, which number is accurate, and what number is the fire authority using to calculate the numbers? The same question regarding the sphere of influence would apply to Redwood Coast Fire Protection District that includes the city of Point Arena, Manchester, Irish Beach, and surrounding development south of Point Arena. And their numbers are 2,200 according to the report. However, the fire authority projects their population at 1,788 people. District 5 also has Albion, Little River, Comshie, Elk, Hopland, and Mendocino Fire Protection Districts. Each one of those fire agencies rely on funding from Measure P and Measure D. Incorrectly reporting their sphere of influence and population could cause each agency to miss essential funding necessary to operate. And my other one is, and if I could just speak on the item 3L, sorry.
3L.
Which is
Okay.
Bower Park. Yes.
Let me, Supervisor Williams has a comment.
Okay, sorry.
Okay?
Yeah, Kevin, I also had concerns when I first saw those numbers. I remember seeing Albions in particular, and I know how many voters there are, and I knew I had 2 kids, so I knew the number couldn't possibly be right. But the decision didn't come from the county. It's the Mendocino County Association of Fire Districts came up with a methodology. They agreed between the 21 districts and then brought their request to the county. Mm-hmm. And so I think you have a valid argument, but I think the right venue would be the Fire Districts Association.
So I guess my question to the board is this a report that you would accept today from the Fire Council with inaccurate numbers, or would you send it back to them? That's my question to you.
Okay.
And the other,
right.
Oh, go ahead,
Yeah.
sorry.
So we'll start the clock again for
Okay.
item 4L.
The other one's simple. My name is Kevin Evans, and I'm the
3L.
chair of the Wallala Municipal Advisory Council. And I just want to give a shout out to the Board of Supervisors and to staff for venturing forward and making sure that we can get our park in Wallala rebuilt. We know that there was some budgetary challenges, there was some bidding challenges, but no one gave up, and everybody tried to find a way to make it happen. And I just want to speak on behalf of our community. Thank you very much for moving forward with Bower Park, and we're looking forward to that project proceeding.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any further comments from the public on the consent calendar? Seeing none, any online?
Seeing none.
Oh.
Hello.
Good morning.
I'm here to address item 3C, the decision by the board to perhaps remove vacant positions from the district attorney's office. My name is Scott McMenemy. I am the Assistant District Attorney of Mendocino County. I have served this county for more than 30 years under 4 separate elected district attorneys. This decision to remove vacant positions that are unfilled will cost the county money in the long run. It will jeopardize public safety, and it will not save any money to the county. The 6-month cutoff you have designated is completely arbitrary for the positions that we need to fulfill, which are highly specialized positions. There's no pool of qualified candidates locally for us to choose from to fill a chief deputy district attorney, a level 4 deputy district attorney, or a level 3 deputy district attorney. Those positions require 4 years of advanced education, a Juris Doctorate degree, 5 to 10 years practical experience with ongoing education to fulfill their obligations. Since we have to hire out of county, in fact, we do save money because this county is not paying for all that education. I want you to know that whether the position is on the recruitment list for the county or not, we are actively recruiting for each and every one of those positions. We have had a long-standing informal handshake agreement with the Board of Supervisors, this board and previous boards, that those positions would remain available to be fulfilled, but unfunded, and that's the current state of it. That agreement was confirmed in April in a meeting that I had with the CEO, the deputy CEO, the auditor, and the HR director. Our office has acted in good faith and with trust that that agreement would be honored with this board. Our office is already understaffed. I don't know any other county in this state where the district attorney has fewer deputy DAs than the public defender's office. In addition, we have many more responsibilities, including search warrants, charging cases, reviewing cases, things of that nature. We already have a very high caseload per employee. Our elected DA alone has tried 10 cases last year. That's unheard of anywhere in the state. Without our ability to recruit, it's going to place an unsafe burden on our current employees, both their physical and mental health. California Constitution, Article 13, Section 35, public safety is the first responsibility of local government. And I know my time's running short, so I'm going to run short here. Government Code 25303, the Board of Supervisors shall supervise conduct of all county officers. Quote, this section shall not be construed to affect the independent and constitutionally and statutorily designated investigative and prosecutorial functions of the district attorney. The BOS shall not obstruct the investigative and prosecutorial functions of the DA. I was here during the Norm Broman years when it was a very acrimonious relationship with the board. I don't want to go down that road again, but we are able to if we have to. If we have to hire the AG's office to come in and prosecute, if we have to fund and hire people, be reimbursed by you later through litigation, we'll do that. We don't want to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I know we can't get into a conversation here, but I don't think the board wants a fight with the DA or any other department head. The issue is the dollars don't exist. This county needs to cut $16 million by June. And so we hear the request for more roads, better conditioned roads, better staffing, focus on public safety. The county basically spends its discretionary dollars on public safety. About 3/4 of our overall funding is going to public safety. The remainder is the departments that fund public safety, like the assessor, the tax collector, auditor. It's bare bones today, and it's about to get worse. And so the hope is we can have some collaboration between the board, the district attorney, the sheriff, because if the fight is over there not being enough money available, it's not a fight about how to allocate it. The only power this board has is to say, well, we could have less sheriff and more DA, or vice versa. We're in a very awkward position. The money doesn't exist. Later, I guess I'd like to pull up a visual, but I don't know if council can I?
You'd like to call?
I'd like to pull up a visual real quick. Can I do that?
I think, I mean, we're in public expression. I defer to the chair.
Chair, may I, or would you like me to hold it for supervisor's report?
Yeah, is it directly relating to this issue of
Yeah,
the 6 months?
I think so.
Okay, go ahead.
But can you turn the timer off? Can I have permission? No. Oh, there it is. I think this is pertinent to the discussion about all of the comments on doing more. That green line is, this is since Prop 13 passed 1978. The green line is what's happened with roads funding. You can see roads has declined. The blue line is the property valuation index. Properties have gone up over time, but not at the same pace as the red, which is spending on the sheriff, or yellow, which is spending on the jail. And the DA we can plot later, but it's going to be up there above that blue line also. And so the core problem we have is every year this county has less buying power. More mandates, more demand. There's actually less buying power adjusted for CPI to work with.
All right. Any further public comment?
Yes. Good morning. Good morning, board. My name is Assistant Chief Investigator Brian Arrington with the District Attorney's Office. I am tasked with overseeing the Victim Witness Unit as well as a direct supervisor for investigations within the DA's office. I know that you guys are in a hard spot. I've been here for a long time.
Are you talking to a specific item?
This is item 3T, I'm sorry. 3T, Tom. 3T, as in Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the, what I want to do is I know we're in a peculiar situation. I've been here in 2007, I started. We had budget issues immediately. We went through these situations. What I wanted to do is just tell the board that a staff assistant position is slated for removal on the classification chart for our victim witness office. Within the district attorney's office, we oversee victim witness, and that's my job to be a supervisor there. The positions up in victim witness are mandated by the state under 13835 PC. The majority of these positions are grant funded. The staff assistant 2 position in our district attorney's office, mainly in our victim witness office, they're required for intake and statistics for state reimbursement so we can get money for our victim witness unit. Also, that position usually transitions into a victim witness advocate position. We have a few advocates who started as a staff assistant at the front desk, which is the staff assistant position. They also provide an invaluable resource to our citizens. Anybody who's victims or witnesses in crimes go there for resources. And that position of staff assistant is pivotal in aiming people the right way for help. As far as an investigator position, we have one position slated for removal. It's been vacant for over 6 months. We have been actively recruiting for this position, although it's been informal. The position of an investigator with the district attorney's office is highly specialized. We are lifelong investigators or career-long investigators. We are also used by every agency within the county. Every report that's submitted to the DA's office is usually vetted through the Investigations Bureau for follow-up and or find a way to make it better. So we're pivotal in that way and making cases better and getting through jury trial that way. 6 months is not enough time for us to recruit that position. We are always actively looking for somebody else to fill that spot. And like I said, we assist. If another state jurisdiction calls, we help. If a county calls, we help. Any PD, Sheriff's Office, CHP calls, we help. Any investigation we help out with, and that's what we're looking for with a new candidate for our investigator. And with that, I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any further comments from the chambers? Okay, seeing none. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, so we'll go back to the board. Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. I was hoping that our HR director, Sherry Johnson, could explain the process should a qualified candidate come forward for one of these positions after deletion, what the process could potentially be for a department to refly that and have that candidate hired for one of these positions.
Good morning, Board. Sherry Johnson, Human Resource Director. So yes, if the department has a request to open this position, we can add the position back onto the position allocation table. So we would receive, have communication with the department. My staff would put it back on an agenda summary, bring it to the board, and ask this position to be added back to the board, the position allocation table.
If I may.
Yes.
There are a number of positions that are being recruited that are in active recruitment that are not being removed. That's not, even if they've been open for 6 months in active recruitment, they're not being removed. And I think Sherry can help me with the numbers specific to the DA. I believe there's 4 or 5 deputies in recruitment currently.
Sherry Johnson, HR Director. So there's a recruitment for the deputy district attorneys that they have active recruitments currently.
So if a position is in active recruitment, it's not on this list?
Correct.
But I think the deputy DA said that one of the chief deputy district attorney was in active recruitment.
If I may, he said it was informal.
It
was an informal, so it's not inactive, so it may be one that you want to consider to do something different with, or we bring it back at next meeting.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. All right, any further questions from the board? Okay, we're looking for a motion.
I think there was one. Second already.
Was there a motion? No?
What's that? Move consent calendar.
Second. Except for 3M.
Except for 3M.
Okay. Correct. Okay. Okay. Vote by the button.
Through the chair, if I may, we need a second for the motion.
I'll second.
Supervisor Norvell seconded it.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, we will move on to item 4A, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of informational reports from the assessor, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, sheriff, and various county department heads or designees. Okay, are there any department heads or any of those that are going to report? Okay, good morning.
Good morning. Katrina Bartlemay, Assessor, County Clerk, Recorder, Registrar of Voters. I'm here to tell you about our August month, or month of August, I guess I should say. Our techs found some discoveries in July and August. They reviewed 1,714 parcels, discovered 3 structures that weren't being assessed, which were a covered porch, a studio with a deck, a small storage shed, pump house, and a water tank, and a storage shed that totaled about $84,000 in assessed value that will be added to the tax roll. We've received 24 discovery requests back from property owners that we had sent out, and we are reviewing them now to see if they can be forwarded to the appraisers for assessment. So there's a possibility of more. Our techs helped send out, we had our techs off of discovery because we needed them to help us send out our ag compliance surveys. So we have a little over 6,000 ag parcels, Williamson Act parcels. They're in contract and can only use that property for certain things related to ag. So we sent out 1,000 Williamson Act compliance surveys to the landowners in Williamson Act. And they also sent out approximately 1,200 tree and vine planting reports to property owners both in Williamson Act and not in Williamson Act. So everyone who has trees and vines that report that they have those and we assess them, they get a planting and tree report to fill out to see if there's any changes, if they've removed vines, if they've added vines, or variety. So we send that out. We used to send that out once a year when we had an actual ag appraiser, and it hasn't been done for several years. So now we've got a couple ag appraisers that are doing ag along with their general work. So we're incorporating small ag, light commercial in with all of our appraisers now, so they all get a little bit of taste of that, so they can excel in those areas further down the road. The assessor's clerical division is down to 1 clerical person. And the clerical people send out requests if people have exemptions, anywhere from homeowners exemptions to disabled veterans exemptions, whatever type of exemption they are able to claim through the state of California on their assessed property. So they've been busy getting ready for that. We send them out on the end of each calendar year, so they're starting to get everything ready for that now. So the appraisers completed 300 supplemental notices on transfers and new construction, bringing in about $43 million in assessed value to the tax roll in August. So that was pretty good. We're having problems with our system, so we're not doing escapes right now. And we're also, one other thing that our techs are doing to help the appraisers, which is a great thing, is they're sketching the plans that will be forwarded to the appraisers on new construction or additions, to their square footage. So that will assist the assessors in getting the assessments done a little bit quicker. So we're doing that too. Elections. We're gearing up for a November 4th statewide special election. We have our ballot order into the vendor, and we will expect our office ballots within the next couple of weeks. All ballots will be mailed out by October 6th. So that's something that people can look forward to. This year, to save a little bit of money, we normally have a separate sample ballot mailing. This year, we're doing a local voter information guide in with the actual ballot. So there'll be a little 4-page, it's actually 2 front and back, that will be included in your official ballot. So that local VIG will include instructions on how to vote. It will include where all of our polling places are on election day and all of our ballot drop boxes. And then due dates, you know, last day to register, when the ballots will be mailed out, things like that. I want to remind the public that our polling places are open on election day only from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And you know, you can go to any polling place if you have a problem or need a ballot or come into our office. We received an email last week from the State Financial Department saying that we will be sent our estimated costs for the November statewide special election by the end of this month, so within the next week or so. And what I estimated for the actual cost of this election is $351,000. If we don't spend that money will go towards the next statewide election. So if Prop 50 passes and we have to redistrict, we have estimated an additional $150,000 for that process, and we haven't received any news on that, but the entire state is expecting the same procedure if the measures pass. Does anyone have any questions?
Seeing none?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further reports. Okay. Any public comment on the reports? Seeing none in the chamber. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, we will accept those reports. Item 4B. Oh. Okay. Did the Ag Commissioner want to give a report? Or? Okay. Okay. Director of HR, Sherry Johnson.
Good morning, Sherry Johnson, Human Resource Director. So item 4B is for the department heads that are asking to fill vacant positions are to use the strategic hiring process. It is framed to be a long-term approach to recruitment that aligns talent acquisition with an organization's overarching goals and future needs. Rather than filling vacancies reactively, it should involve careful planning. We have two departments coming forward today to present to the board their request to hire. Before the departments come up, I'd like to turn it over to CEO Antle for a few words.
Thank you, Chair Hashak, member of the board. As you know, at budget hearing, each department had a reduction in the 1000 series of 6%. That 6% could be found in their 2000 series if the department is able to reduce office or contract expenses. That 6% equates to $6 million. At this time, 2 months into fiscal year 25-26, the county is only trending at a $3 million in savings. So as part of this strategic hiring process, departments requested to hire should be prepared to consider and explain how they're going to cover that 6% reduction, how department will fund the position, say if it's grants or non-general fund, what work is currently being done not being done due to the vacancies. Why can't current staff absorb the duties? What efficiencies is the department working on? Prepare metrics to support the hiring needs. And explain a new updated org chart and how many positions do they have in active recruitment at this time? Thank you.
So I guess I'm at a kind of a little confused. I thought we were still on 4A, but it looks like we jumped to 4B. So I think that's what's happening. So let me introduce 4B as discussion and possible action, including approval or denial of requests from department heads and elected officials regarding the funding and recruitment of vacant or new positions following the strategic hiring process. Okay, so we heard from the head of human resources, and then we heard from the CEO. Right. Any comments from the board? Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, just to be blunt, if we hire, we're going to have to either have staff reductions or salary reductions. I mean, the basic math here, we're $16 million in the hole. Having any item on the agenda to hire, I understand some positions are critical, but it has to be a net savings. If we're adding one, you need to remove 2 or 3. And, you know, I think the message is this is up to the board. Is the board going to hold the line? So far, we're not seeing the savings that we anticipated. If we keep going the way we're going, we're going to get to the end of the fiscal year and not be able to make payroll the last month. So I wonder if it's premature to even be entertaining hiring. Why would a county hire when it's putting itself in a position to have to lay off as a result?
The Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. So I hear you, and you're correct, but I think there's opportunity here. So if a department head can show up and show no impact to the general fund through the hiring, I think that's certainly the opportunity that I'm looking for.
Well, I read in the CEO report about that we weren't on target to get to the $6 million. We're only looking at getting to the $3 million. And so that would, if we continue with the plan we have of this strategic hiring process, we're still going to be $3 million short at the end of the fiscal year. Is that correct? Because our budget was predicated on
correct.
This $6 million.
Right. It was predicated on reductions in vacancies in the departments. They do have the opportunity to explain to you, too, if they're making that 6% savings, maybe in a contract or an office expense in their 2000 series. So they need X position. They can't move forward without it. But where will they find that savings? Is that savings going to be in a contract reduction for janitorial? So there is, to Supervisor Norvell's point, there is opportunity to hear from them, but they do need to be explaining that 6%. Because then we won't make the $6 million.
Let's see, Supervisor Norvell. No, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues about wanting to be cautious and careful in our process. I think there's an opportunity to hear from department heads if they have found some way to have the appropriate amount of savings to offset the cost of the positions. Part of my concern is that this process that we've set up requires documentation and justification beyond what's currently in our agenda item. So in my preparation as a board member, I'm reading this and I thought we weren't even going to have any presentation today until I talked and heard from the CEO and her team and directly from some of the department heads, because none of that information is included in our report. I don't think that's doing the public any justice in terms of having an opportunity to come and be a part of the conversation. So I have issues with that as well.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Klein, for those comments. That's the exact same thoughts that I was having, that it's, you know, as far as the process, which is laid out in the agenda item, you know, that's all very good to think about that process. But to get that information about who we're actually talking about, and also, I think Supervisor Mulherin asked a few months ago for, you know, where each department is as far as achieving that 6%. You know, how do we know that that department's achieving its goals or not? I think that would be helpful information in this agenda item so that we say, oh, they're almost at that 6%, we can probably fund that position. Or they haven't done anything and we need to start, you know, can't rehire in those positions. CEO Antle.
Chair, if I may, a little explanation. As this is the first time we're bringing this forward, obviously there's some lessons learned here. Talked with a couple of the departments that were coming forward. They were prepared to wait and bring a full packet that would be submitted at time of the agenda. And I think, that's a better practice moving forward. So
Okay.
some lessons learned there.
Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I also wanted to comment that just in preparation for an item like this, I would appreciate a written document that explains everything that my colleagues have already outlined.
Right. Very good. So with that, I'm looking to the CEO. Do you want to proceed with these two requests at this point, or do we wait, table it till another meeting to have the information before us?
Certainly, that's at the discretion of the board. If they want to move it and hold it till October 7th, we can work with the departments to get those packets that would include the information as stated in the process, could be attached ahead of time, so you would have time to review and ask questions of the department head.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I don't want to lay anybody off, and so I wonder if we should wait until we have a balanced budget, at least in theory, before we talk about hiring new positions. Just as a policy across the board, just pause on hiring because we're digging the hole deeper.
So what you're saying is we go away from the strategic hiring process and just do this hard.
Yeah, because we had an idea and it hasn't panned out. It's only about 50% the savings. We know we have a major problem ahead. Why do we want to dig deeper? Maybe we should just pause, stop spending money, let the natural attrition get us closer to break even, and when we have some money to work with, talk about filling positions. Otherwise, I mean, every position you add now, you're going to have to remove a position later or reduce salaries across the board. It's just basic arithmetic.
Hey, Supervisor Klein.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams, are you intending to include non-general fund positions in that hard hiring freeze?
I'm not as concerned about non-general fund, but over the years I've heard certain positions or departments don't hit the general fund, and when we look closer, there has been an impact, whether it's HR, IT, council, facility. So in theory, if there's no hit to our discretionary dollars, I'm not against filling positions. For example, where we're acting as an agent for the state, but I think we need to be really careful about estimating the true cost.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. So I think it's in here that the department head, if they do come, they have to ask how they plan to pay for it. I think what we heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, from somebody at the DA's office this morning was a staff assistant that's most likely funded through grants. So the process of not letting anybody come to the podium and ask for a hire is, that's very, very broad, and I don't want to deny somebody that can come to the podium and explain to us how they're going to pay it with zero effect to the, or impact to the general fund. I think this is a good start. I think hanging off until the October meeting, as the CEO explained, I think is a good idea.
Supervisor Klein.
Thank you. I agree with my colleague. I think that this dialogue is important. While I agree with Supervisor Williams' prudence fiscally, I think that the conversation we're going to have during this item about job responsibilities, updating our organizational chart, and defining performance expectations is something that the board has been lacking, and I would like to see that dialogue happen with the department heads. This is a much needed venue for those conversations.
Okay. Well, I think the bigger issue for me is, like Supervisor Williams is saying, how are we going to get to that balanced budget? And, I thought that this meeting we were going to have a plan coming back from the ad hoc committee that was discussed at the last meeting during supervisor comments, but we aren't there. So I guess we do need to look at the overall budget and how we're going to get to this balanced budget, because we did $6 million of these kind of cuts. It's not working. There was a lot of assumptions made to get to that $6 million mark, and according to our estimates at this point, we're not getting there. So I think that we really do need to have this comprehensive budget discussion again. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I have a question for CEO. CEO, if we add any positions today that hit the general fund, do you have a way to pay for those?
No.
So I mean, that's our answer. So if I'm willing to entertain positions that have no impact on general fund, zero impact on general fund. But there actually needs to be an analysis, and it needs to be attached showing that it'll have no impact.
Well, that's one way of doing it, of that hard freeze, but we have talked about the strategic approach.
Yeah.
And I think that a strategic approach is better overall for the organization, because if we do the hard freeze, we're going to cut services that could be very critical to certain departments. And so how do we get to that point at this point with what we have? And this all has to do with the budget according to this hiring process. Okay. Yes.
Chair, and I was not meaning to cut off your comment, but just to add at this point, this is an agenda item where we have this strategic policy. This is on for, as the policy notes, would be on each meeting to allow that opportunity. It sounds like that we're not hearing any presentations today from any departments, and that may come later. If the board wants to get into further discussion about changing the policy, pausing it, and the other discussions, I think we're kind of beyond the point of the agenda item. I would recommend bringing something else back in the future if that's how you wish to proceed.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
So bringing it back to the agenda item, my view when it comes back is the strategic hiring involves showing a comprehensive plan for a department that includes a 6% reduction. So don't just bring a request showing I want these additional positions. Show these are the staffing changes that I want to make. There may be some hiring, but overall it's a 6% reduction. We need to see that 6% reduction at the time we talk about filling new positions.
Yes.
And I think that was already part of the process. Maybe it wasn't memorialized as clearly as it could be. Maybe the board has an opportunity to clarify.
Well, I think it's in the strategic hiring process that they're supposed to be doing that, but the request would be bring that information to us so that we can make an informed decision. Right? All right. Any further comments from the board? Seeing none. Any public comment on item 4B?
Good morning, Dr. Jenny Miller, Health Services Director. I just want to make sure as you guys put hiring freezes in that you also realize for us that don't have general fund, I was here to present my two positions. I don't take general fund. I put over 1.5 million into the general fund. But I also want to make it clear that you guys are putting us to where we are going to potentially get fines, fees, and sanctions from the state when you freeze our positions and we can't meet mandates. It also means one of my requests today was for a nurse for our health care program for kids in foster care, where we have to oversee their medical needs. So if we're not able to meet our obligations, we're also putting our community at risk by not meeting our needs with our nurses. So I get that you guys want to do a hiring freeze. I think we do need to consider programs that don't use general fund and give into the general fund. What that means, and also make sure we're not impacting our community by making sure that we make sure services are meeting the needs and we're not getting fines, fees, and sanctions back from the state. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah. So I agree. I don't want to see fines or sanctions. I would like to see the documentation that there's no general fund hit. I believe it, but I think setting up a procedure in motion, we should always have that as part of the process. But the goal, maybe the board could speak as a whole, that the goal isn't to starve the departments that have zero general fund impact on their position, with their position.
Well, let's keep doing public comment, see where we are. Okay, any further public comment? Seeing none in the chambers. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, CEO Antle.
I understand the need to fill the mandated positions, whether it's in public safety or social services or public health. I just want to caution when we come back that we really need to look at that expense to IT, executive office, county council, and this board. I think that is an approach that had happened here in the past, where all non-general fund departments were able to hire when the support departments were not, and therefore they suffered because they couldn't get the resources they needed to move items or to get to the board and do various business. So it's a bigger discussion, I think, and that's something we can include in the next time we bring this forward.
All right, so this goes back to, I think, April, when we were having the budget discussions, when we were talking about doing this strategic hiring freeze. And it's an easy thing to say, but the difficulty is when the rubber meets the road and department heads come forward with these requests that nursing for kids in the foster care system or those kind of programs, very difficult to say no to, especially if there could be fines or any kind of negative implications like that. So that's the situation we're in right now. Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation that the board is having, and thank you for the departments that are hearing us. And again, I just wanted to reiterate, I think we know and we learned during the last budget items that, and I'll use health services as an example, their contribution to the general fund far outweighs the expense of their services. It's 17,000 versus 1.5 million that they contribute. And I think just having to lay it out in writing in advance and have it included in the agenda is an opportunity for the board to be re-educated, for the public to be educated. And I think that just as a process moving forward, having the items for any departments that want us to make adjustments in the hiring process, I just need it in writing in advance and published with the agenda. So not that I'm not open to hearing them, but having them come forward during the meeting with no documentation doesn't work for me.
Right. Any other comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, I guess the direction to the staff would be to come back at October 7th with more documentation about the implications of for the budget overall and for the department, and how they're going to reach that 6% reduction. Supervisor Williams?
I would also like to, our departments are all lean. And so the argument that if there's a reduction or if we don't fill a position, we won't meet mandates, we're not going to meet mandates. You have more mandates than you have dollars in this county. So the board will be in a position to decide which mandates are the most important to our 90,000 residents. It would be helpful to have the specific mandate included in the agenda item. Don't just say we won't be able to meet mandates without the position. Say, here's a state statute, we won't be able to meet this one and here's why. Be specific, because just that blanket not meeting mandates, it's like not meeting public safety. You're not going to get to a balanced budget without impacting public safety and without failing to meet some mandates.
All right. So we have direction to the CEO to implement that and bring that back on October 7th. And I guess that looking at the big picture and I'll look to County Council, is it appropriate to have a discussion about the budget overall on October 7th? Since that it looks like using this strategic plan isn't going to get us to where we need anyway.
Charlotte Scott County Council, you can agendize an item for that meeting if you would like to discuss budget. I'm unclear on I think budget is involved in the conversation as to strategic hiring. So it depends, if you have a more narrow direction you want to give, the best course of action is to agendize that, to give notice to the county and the public as to that. However, to the extent we're talking about the portions of the policy that you need information on that support their request, I think that's within the policy and the item.
CEO Antle.
Thank you, Chair. I think we can work on the language when we bring it back.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
One of the difficulties the ad hoc will have in making a specific recommendation, and I think this board will have in deciding what to do, is we don't know when the books will be closed. We don't know how much carry forward there will be. The county's funds are so tight that carry forward makes a large difference in our actions. So it may be that we're in a position where we have to make a decision with the best information that's available, even though it's not ideal. I think that's one of the difficulties in trying to rush the process. If we rush the process on what to do about the budget, we're going to make a decision with less information. But if we wait, it may be by the time we have the information, it's too late. We've dug deeper. Maybe CEO Antle could guide us on, rather than have the board push the executive office for a date, what date would be reasonable where you think we have a fair balance of information available but not too late?
Thank you, if I may, through the chair. We do come forward, and I can't remember the exact date, but I think it's the end of October this year for first quarter report, and then we'll have one quarter done. I'm not quite sure where the auditor controller is, but I think she's close on closing. I would caution you, though, you used over $6 million in 24-25 of one-time funds. So any carry forward should be used to backfill those dollars that were used. Maybe there's more than, $6 million that can come forward, but at this point, I think you have to be very cautious with any expectation of any significant amount of carry forward.
CEO, are we making a mistake agendizing for October 7th if we might have more information on the 21st?
I think that's at the discretion of this board if you want to continue about hiring. Some of your folks will need to hire sooner if they wait, because it does take a while. The particular position that Dr. Miller is speaking about is a public health nurse. That takes a while to recruit and hire for. And some other positions, like the DA mentioned earlier as well. So it takes a while to get people in the process. And if they're mandated services, I think you would want to know that and know those impacts. So I think we can put an item on for October 7th with the details that you have requested from the departments, and having an in-depth budget discussion on October 7th. I don't think that is going to be super beneficial, but you can talk about the pros and the cons and the areas that it impacts if we're not seeing the 6% reduction.
Okay. So you'll bring that back on October 7th, and it sounds like we'll probably have to wait till October 21st to hear an in-depth discussion about the budget.
Yeah, I'm looking at Deputy CEO Rakes for the date. I think we talked October, but I could be wrong. It could be November.
Good morning, Chair Haschak, members of the board, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. November 5th is when the first quarter budget report is scheduled. So the meeting following the October 21st.
November 5th.
November 5th.
Well, we'll see what happens on October 7th with this discussion about the strategic hiring plan. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have direction to staff on this issue. Okay, we'll move on to item 4C, which is discussion and possible action, including direction to staff for creation of a county-wide fee structure for public use of county-owned electric vehicle charging stations.
Thank you.
We had public.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, at this point, we have Jeff Dinnerman coming forward, as well as his support person, Emily, and online we have Assistant CEO Sarah Pierce for this item.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. I'm going to present or share my screen, but Jeff will be doing the presenting. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. CEO Antle, County Council. I'm Jeff Datterman, Fleet and Facilities Maintenance Superintendent. Today I am joining you for a brief presentation regarding direction on the establishment of a methodology for fee structure related to electrical vehicle charging in Mendocino County. Right. Ooh, there we go. So currently we have one installed public electric vehicle charger in the County of Mendocino belonging to the county. And we have an ongoing project to install 24 additional chargers in conjunction with a grant from the California Energy Commission. The Facilities Division conducted a brief study of how revenues from the electric vehicle charging fees could compare to the costs of operating and maintaining the chargers based on the current rates for maintenance fees as well as operational costs. Today we're requesting board direction for a methodology to be used in determining a fee so that we can come back at a later date with a proposed fee structure for your approval. So as you can see here, these are the three main components we're focusing on today for the fees. There's a per hour charge, an overstay charge, and a guest fee. The guest fee would be a one-time fee that you would pay for each use of a charger. The overstay fee, we're looking at the potential of after 30 minutes of completion of charging, there would be an hourly fee that the user would be charged to basically stay in the parking spot and stay attached to the charger but not be using it. And then the per hour charge would be, if rounded to the nearest whole cent, it would be a pass-through cost that we're paying for the electricity currently to the city of Ukiah, plus a 10% fee to cover charge point fees for the processing of the payments. So on the next slide, we have a basic layout or proposed thought process of how to utilize these three components. There's the while charging fee. Again, that's the plus 10% charge point fee and pass through the Ukiah rate. Electrical charging, the overstay rate. Based on what we're seeing in other local agencies, we're looking at potentially a $3 per hour overstay rate after the first 30 minutes. Again, this is mostly for an example. We're not setting a rate today. And then a guest fee, again, based on comparable locations in the Ukiah area, 99 cents per charging session fee, again, for example. On the next slide, we have some information to show what kind of costs we're looking at accruing for these chargers, at least for the 26 chargers that we have in place right now, or that we will have in place once the completion of this project is there, and what it would look like using those chargers to recover those costs. So as you can see, there's three different examples. One example would cover basically just the operational costs of the software and the warranty. That's the one on the left. The center one would cover potential replacement costs, looking at like a 10-year plan for replacements based on current charging rates. And then the third column there would cover maintenance costs as well as county costs for inspections of units, repairs, landscaping around them, things like that. If we look for total cost recovery, just based on the 99-cent establishment fee for each charge, we would need approximately 5 charges per day per charger. So that's just to kind of show you what kind of numbers we're dealing with, how the amount of usage that would be required to recuperate the costs to operate these chargers. Just for your information, we did run some numbers, and we looked at, like, Mendocino College has several level 2 chargers similar to ours, and they have 9 charging ports, and over 1 year they had approximately 319 connections over the year. So shows.
If I may, through the chair, That would equate to us needing 9,490 hookups, which averages 5 hookups per port per day.
Correct. Thank you. So the financial impact of setting these rates and operation of these chargers, if the board's direction would be to focus on a full cost recovery type of model, including future replacement costs, the impact could mean that the public would have greater per mile costs to operate their electric vehicles in the county of Mendocino. Or separately, if the board's direction would be to offer a more competitive charging costs to the public, this would likely lead to an impact to the general fund, as we would have to continue to use general fund funds to pay for the operation and the maintenance of these chargers. So the full impact today is unknown. We won't be able to provide those type of numbers until we have the chargers up and running and we can actually provide usage data as to how often they're being used and what the impacts look like of if people are staying hooked up to the chargers and we're able to utilize the overstay fees, or if they're not. And the next two slides are just a couple of examples of there's the base rate for a level 2 charger in the city of Ukiah that we pulled just to show the numbers that we provided are in line with what the city of Ukiah is charging with a similar type of charger. And then on the next page, there was a few different charging structures for Sonoma County as far as how they charge, and they have several different models that they use for different styles of chargers based on if it's a public providing free charging to the public or limited charging to the public, things like that. So there's a lot of different styles of charging methodologies we can use, but again, based on no statistical data of how often these chargers will be used, we did base those numbers off of just the 99-cent hookup fee and pass-through charges.
If I may, through the chair, as Jeff had said before, we're not looking to set a fee today. We are looking on guidance for if you believe this model is reasonable and what level of recovery of expenses the board is desiring. So for now, I think, Jeff, we can turn it over to see if there's any questions.
Absolutely.
Right. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think the approach is brilliant, and I appreciate the presentation. It was well done. I wonder if the board would consider initially setting the prices just above the marginal cost, see what utilization is, and then adjust from there.
Supervisor Mulheron.
I was gonna recommend the opposite and go for full cost recovery, and if we're not getting beneficial use, then looking at reducing it.
So
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, so I'm certainly into the full cost recovery, but I'd like Supervisor Williams' idea of, I think if it's a little bit cheaper, we might find out that people are going to use them or not. Support your idea.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
So full cost recovery as direction is difficult because you don't know what the utilization will be. And if we set the price so high to get cost recovery that nobody uses it, we haven't recovered costs. So I think being competitive, I mean, most of us aren't really paying attention to what the kilowatt charge is. It's more the convenience, right? If there were one outside, I would use it instead of where I normally charge. But until we get those usage patterns, it's hard to know what full cost recovery looks like in terms of guest fee and kilowatt charge.
If I may, through the chair, we believe one option could be setting on this per hour charge, setting an additional percentage above whatever the rate is from the city of Ukiah, say another 10%. And then after we do have some utilization data, we can come back and at a normal fee hearing and adjust the fees as necessary.
Supervisor Williams.
Could we direct staff to make a good faith attempt to reach cost recovery, approximating anticipated utilization? Does that meet the goals of all of the supervisors? It's like you have a bakery and we're trying to figure out what do we charge for a pie? Well, I don't know. Are you going to sell 10 or are you going to sell 100 per day? We don't know what the quantity is yet, so it's very hard for staff. I think we have to we have to start somewhere, and starting with market rate or slightly above market rate is a fair approximation.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, question for staff. How long of a time period do we need for utilization data? When are we expecting to have a follow-up conversation?
If I may, through the chair, and as of today, I can't give you a specific date. We are hoping to have these chargers online by early next year. I would say at a minimum, we probably need close to 3 to 6 months to be able to provide you with any kind of realistic data for usage. I anticipate the first month or two of them being installed, we're going to see little usage just because people are still getting used to them. But as they become more known and become more routine in everybody's day-to-day operations, we should see a slight ramp up.
Okay, I'm fine with the board consensus at this point.
I had a question about the connection fees. So it looks like Santa Rosa, Petaluma, Sonoma County are charging $2 to connect. And we wouldn't charge anything to connect?
If I may, through the chair, that would be a 99-cent is the connection fee. Is there in the proposed model there? That is that would be the connection fee. So each time an individual with a vehicle showed up and plugged into the charger to activate a charge, they would pay 99 cents minimum. Then whatever their usage of per kilowatt hour charge would be passed through plus the 10% to cover the
Okay.
fees.
Yeah. So the guest fee is for everybody.
Correct. Yes.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it was for people who weren't connected or something, connected to the county or whatever. So I guess what is the direction that we're giving at this point?
I think the direction is to let staff use their best judgment, try to get us cost recovery, look at the patterns for the first 6 months, and then adjust rates as necessary.
Was that also to include setting the original rate at least market or above?
Yeah. Staff good with that? Do you have what you need?
If I may, Mr. Chair, yes, I believe we have what we need. And I'll default to Sarah Pierce. Or anything
If I may, the chair, yes, I believe we have what we need, and we'll be back in front of the board, most likely in the April 2026 fee hearing to set the official fees.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So
Thank you.
Can we make that into a motion? Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I have one more question for staff, if I may.
Sure.
Is it true that it may be more cost effective for the users of the system to charge at our charger than at home, depending on where they are with their residential utilization?
If I may, through the chair, I'm not sure at this time that we can provide that data. I'd have to look at what the rates that individuals are paying and where they live based on if they're paying PG&E rates or City of Ukiah rates.
So it may be worth doing that analysis, and if we find that it's a benefit, we're going to have far more people using it, and we'll be able to get to cost recovery with less of a premium. And I don't know the answer to the question, but seeing Ukiah's rates, I think it may be less than my charging at home.
Yes, and I think it would depend on the location of where the individuals live,
Yeah.
and also if there's any way that we can work on establishing a lower rate than what individuals are paying in town as well.
So the motion.
Let's hold off on the motion. We'll go to public comment first. Okay. Is there any public comment on this issue?
Good morning. I'm Gizmo with the Mendocino County Climate Action Advisory Consultant, and I definitely am hoping that we can move towards electric vehicles. I think we're missing out on the biggest part of the largest new mode of transportation, which is bicycles. And so to include charging for cars only when we talk about vehicles, I think we should also talk about two-wheel vehicles, because I know a lot of folks at the college are using electric bikes. And so I think it would encourage folks to charge their cars and their bikes at the same place. This might encourage people to use the car chargers more and more. I also would hope to see that our county be able to utilize the solar panels and the power that we're making during the summertime at our county schools, instead of giving it to PG&E for a real cheap price and then buying it back to charge our electric vehicles, we should be able to pull into any county solar operative spot, whether it's a school that's not being utilized during the summer. Any county vehicle should be able to pull into that space and utilize the charge directly from the solar panels instead of it going to PG&E and then paying for it again to get it back. That could help save a lot of money and create revenue more for our general fund. So I'd like to see both of those points maybe looked at, because bicycles are electric bikes are the largest mode of transportation in the world now, becoming the largest mode of transportation. So I don't think that we should exclude, when we say vehicles, we're only thinking about cars. We're not thinking about other modes of transportation that have wheels. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comment in the chamber? Seeing none. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
I move that we direct staff to set the rate at or above existing chargers in the area, collect data for 6 months, and then bring back a proposal for cost recovery, full cost recovery.
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so we will take a break and we'll come back at 10:45.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo, muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a
10:45. We're on to item 4D, which is a notice of public hearing. Discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution amending Exhibit X, Mendocino County Master Fee Schedule, effective November 22nd, 2025, unless code or policy require longer. So, clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence, if any, has been sent to your email.
Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Okay, so let's see, we'll have a staff presentation.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Counsel Scott, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO. Sorry I could not be there today, but I did want to explain that in this fee hearing, there are 7 departments that have some type of change. 2 of the departments, Ag and IT, are only asking to delete fees. And then there's 2 different departments, Environmental Health and Planning and Building, that have some minor description updates. And then the remaining departments, Museum, Buildings, Facilities, which will be for vets and parks, and Cannabis, are going to be presenting some fee changes. I did want to just also explain that the methodology used in the fees this time is consistent with what was set in the April 2025 board meeting, where we are including a rate for supervision and a rate for A87, but this is still not considered full cost recovery, as it does not include all non-productive hours or all supervising hours. So for now, I'm going to turn it over to Karen at the museum to discuss the changes. And also presented in front of you, that will be up on the board, is the comparison of what the current fee is to the proposed fee. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. Karen Matson, Museum Administrator. I'm here today to discuss decisions regarding our museum's fee structure. I'm seeking board direction on 4 specific fees. All museum proposed fees are based on time studies have been calculated to capture A87 costs. Today, I'd like to address the K-12 Guided Activity Tour 1 fee. This is the fee that's typically used for our school field trips. Over the past 3 years, we've seen a concerning trend. Our guided activity fees, as they have risen, our student attendance has fallen dramatically. In the 2022-23 school year, with an increased fee of $6, we welcomed 830 students, and this was a great year. Things were thriving and we were really working on our efficiencies. However, with the increase to $9 in 2023-2024, our attendance was drastically reduced to 493, and this year we had 233 students in attendance. So I believe that a proposed ticket increase to $19 per ticket will likely disseminate our attendance further, directly undermining our museum's mission. By eliminating or significantly reducing the Tier 1 fee, I believe we can attract a larger volume of educators and their students in the next fiscal year. An increase in attendance would provide our staff the opportunity to recruit and train volunteers to assist with school tours as we have in the past, which has been really successful in further reducing our staff time and in strengthening our program. The recommendation included in the memo is to reduce the guided activity tour fee to $5 or $6 or eliminate it. And I believe our program has great value at $6. At $6, we were getting a lot of students, and again, we were able to really implement, our online system of making your reservation. There were a lot of things that we were able to do to reduce our staff time, and we were really able to make some progress. But I included the other fees because I wanted you to know that those were from other organizations in the county. The Mendocino Coast Botanical Gardens, for example, offers free admission for students with advanced reservation. The Grace Hudson Museum and Sun House, their fee is $5 per student, and the Noyo Science Center is $5 per student with a $75 facility fee. Next, I'd like to ask for direction on the nonprofit image use and fee and the audio-visual use fee. We have a reproduction fee, and that is for the cost of retrieving and producing a high-quality digital image, audio, or video from our collection upon request. That fee applies to everyone, but the use fee is for permission to use the original image, audio, or video for a one-time publication. So the recommendation today is that this use fee is eliminated for nonprofit organizations. Eliminating this fee would allow nonprofits to share content with the public at no additional cost, which is a great support to our museum's effort to increase accessibility to our collections. Lastly, I request board consideration for the proposed elimination of the fee for our museum Wanacott room for nonprofit use. Our current meeting room policy allows nonprofit and governmental agencies to use this space at no charge. And we've seen firsthand how this use fosters community engagement and collaboration. The current meeting room policy approved by the Board of Supervisors in 2022 makes this space available to nonprofit groups up to 12 times per year under the criteria that events are free of admission and fundraising and open to all. The recommendation is to eliminate the fee for the Wanacott room for non-profit use, consistent with our current policy. And I want to thank you for your time and consideration of these changes, and I appreciate your direction.
If I may, through the chair, for a matter of process flow, if we could get direction for each of the different departments as we go instead of waiting to the end, it would be easier to track.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I definitely support it.
Okay. The recommended actions from the museum.
Yep.
Right. Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Thank you. I support the recommended action of reducing fees for the school children visits. However, I think that there's an opportunity for us to have better cost recovery for the nonprofits.
Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, I support it as well, as presented.
You support what, as presented?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And Supervisor Mulherin, do you have an opinion?
Of course I do. I agree with keeping the cost low for the students, and I do think that there's some opportunities for a small fee for nonprofits. I appreciate that the museum has a great space that's available, but I think that the expectation, it should be that there's a small fee.
Okay.
Okay. So I could go with that too. Let's explore, even if it's $25 for a meeting.
Yeah, I appreciate
like
that.
Okay.
I think that
So
makes
do you have
sense.
enough direction?
If I may, through the chair, in order to actually set the fee, I think the board will need to decide on the nonprofits what fee that they would like to utilize. I believe right now for full cost or for cost recovery, we had proposed the fee at $20, and we had recommended waiving it. So we would need direction from the board. Do you want to go with the $20, or would you like to offer or suggest another rate?
If I may, through the chair.
Yes.
I believe that there are 4 fees. So the waiving that I believe Sarah Pierce is discussing is the image use fee, and I think so. We have that fee that would need to be waived, and then the school tour reduction fee would need to be decided. And then I'm not sure about the Wanacott room fee, Sarah. If you could comment on that.
If I may, through the chair, I think we need to go one by one. So if and as a matter of process, it may be that we need to vote on it at the end, but we do need direction on the student fee. If that is going to be reduced to say $6 or waived, we'll need direction from the board on the image fees. Right now, it's proposed at 20, or consider waiving or a different rate, and then the amount to set for the Wanacott rental room for nonprofit.
Well, what I heard is that we would reduce the student fee to $6. We would eliminate the image fee, and the Wanacott room we would set at $20. If that's the cost recovery for that. Supervisor Williams.
The board should be careful that we don't set a low fee for low usage in a manner where it will cost us more to administer, to collect the fee, to account for it, to provide reports. There are instances in this county where fees were set such that we were losing every time we collected the fee because the administrative overhead was greater than what we collected. So when I see the 20, that's kind of my worry is the county losing general fund on this deal?
Yeah, okay. Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I would, at this time, not support waiving the replication fee as referenced. I think that should be included in cost recovery as well.
All right, so I guess we're back to maybe voting on this. So,
if I may, through the chair, can I just make one comment? The Wanacott room right now is being proposed at $69. That's what the fee would be unless waived. So the $20 I was referring to was for the image fees. The rental of the room for nonprofit is $69.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
And through the chair, for further clarification, the 69 is an hourly rate. It has a higher rate for day use.
Oh. All right, so can you give a little clarification on the fees for,
yes,
cost recovery?
Right.
I mean, is it costing more in administrative?
So for the use, for the
Right.
image use fee, everyone gets charged the proposed rate, which I actually cannot see at the moment without my glasses, but I believe it's 50. Sarah, can you help me on the rate of the use fee? There's a reproduction fee, and the fee that I'm requesting you consider waiving is for use. So what that would mean is if, for example, somebody wanted to have a historic photograph from our collection, they would be charged a fee for that, and that fee is for our handling and our delivery and retrieval, etc.
So I believe that's the 55, the image reproduction file copy?
Correct. Yes, thank you, Sarah. And the use fee is a fee if you are going to use that for a publication. If you're going to publish that in a book, there's an additional fee that we charge for profit. And so the only fee that I'm requesting being waived is for example, if somebody is going to publish it in their historical newsletter. It doesn't incur more costs for us to let them use it in that way. But if someone is going to profit on it, we do ask that get returned to the county, just for further clarification. So no matter what, if someone is using our collections, they will be charged a fee.
All right. So with the student fee going to $6, okay, are we in agreement on that? Okay. We're in agreement. Okay, the image fee and that use fee, eliminating that. Okay, we've heard some different opinions on it. Are we in favor of eliminating it? One. Okay, so 3 yeses. So eliminate that. The Wanacott room and charging either $69 or nothing. Right? Is that the?
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Do we know what the total annualized is today? How much use does it get?
I can come back with that information.
You just, if you had to guess, we won't hold you to it, but are we talking 500, 10,000?
Oh, for nonprofit?
Yeah.
For nonprofit, we're seeing quite an increase. I would say it gets used about 20, 25 times a year, including county use. That's including county use that is free to other county departments.
So we wouldn't bill the county. We would just run up our own expenses. How many of those do you think are not, the 20 are nonprofits? Half?
I would say about half.
Half. So in about an hour use?
Typically when nonprofits use it, they will have like an event or maybe a public information session, and it could be up to 3 hours.
So it might be fair to say about $1,300 a year at the current.
It's not.
So my worry is $1,300, we may be spending more in the collection and the accounting. I don't have a way to determine that here, but it's the concern.
Okay. So we'll just pose the question. How many want to eliminate the usage cost for the Wanacott room in the courtyard at the museum, eliminate that for nonprofits? 1, yes, no, no, no. Okay, so we'll charge. Okay.
May I have, through the chair, one more clarification? It is in our Wanacott room use policy currently that the fee structure is embedded in the current policy, but I will be coming forward with a revision to that policy, and at that time, is that acceptable to address it at that time?
I believe so. Okay.
If I may, through the chair, these fees that are approved today will not go into effect until November.
Okay, very good.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And so this is all preliminary. We'll wrap it up in a big package at the end.
Thank you.
If I may, through the chair, the next presenter will be Jeff from Facilities to talk about parks and vets.
Good morning, Jeff Detterman, Fleet and Facilities Maintenance Superintendent. Today I'm here to talk about the fee setting for the parks rental and usage and the veterans halls. For the parks, which one do you have up right now? Okay, so for the park schedule that is listed up here, we are recommending going with prices set on the fee schedule right here. We did want to make sure that it was clear that we are making some adjustments from previous fees that were set in the parks, and we are looking to eliminate several fees and go to a more in line with the City of Ukiah fee structure of based on 1 to 50 people, 50 to 100 people, and then 101 plus, as well as a standard cleaning fee of $250, and then we have a few small rental fees for power lockbox and dumpster usage at one of our parks.
If I may, through the chair, before we move on to vets or have any further discussion, I do want to state that the parks is one area where, in order to have it be full cost recovery, we would be looking at charging a daily rate of between $3,000 to $4,000 per use, which is currently unrealistic. So we have tried to reorganize this fee schedule to be in line with other locations such as City of Ukiah.
Okay, Supervisor Klein.
Thank you. I heard you say that we're basing the park's day use rental off of a usage amount of people based off of what the City of Ukiah does. My question is, what kind of check happens? Is this a system that works if I'm hosting an event with 150 people and I just say, oh, I'm having 50, and then get a smaller permit amount. So I'm just curious if there's any kind of process involved with that and what the city of Ukiah might do.
If I may, through the chair, I can't answer whether or not the city of Ukiah has a specialized process on that or not. I can tell you that based on the current process we have in place, it is a public use park, and the areas that are rented outside of rentals are available for public use as well. So we don't currently have an enforcement methodology to be able to show how many people were there or not. Another issue is that oftentimes they're used on the weekends where we don't have staff scheduled to be able to go and visually look and check out the parks. We usually find out how the usage was and whether or not there was damage or anything the following Monday or Tuesday.
And if I may, through the chair, 2 of the parks are large enough to accommodate the 101 plus. So
yes,
the other remaining would fall within the 1 to 50 people.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, a lot of contemplation has gone into all the fee schedules, just across the board. I think the process has only gotten better over the years. But just curiosity, is 150 steep for one person?
If I may, through the chair, I suppose I guess you could say that, but I would love. I'm not sure that an individual single person would rent the park, but I guess that is possible.
And I imagine a small family having a birthday party, 6 or 7 people coming probably wouldn't either. So,
if I may, through the chair, in relation to that, our current fee to rent the parks as a day use is $145. So it's increasing $5 compared to where it is right now on a day use. We are trying to standardize it across what other comparable locations and counties do.
yeah, so I'm going to support staff on this, but I share Supervisor Klein's concern that a lot of times people don't know how many guests may show up at a park event. Imagine I throw a birthday party for Chair Hascheck. I don't know. Are we going to get more than 50?
3.
He says 3. We're going to throw in 50 apiece. So has this worked for the city? Can people accurately estimate, or are they going to just say 1 to 50, not knowing better?
If I may, through the chair, we can get additional information. This is our attempt to try to standardize our fees and make them more in line, knowing that regardless of what we charge, it will not be cost recovery.
What would cost recovery be?
For example, hold on one moment. For example, if we were to try to rent out Bower Park, due to the number of rentals we see per year, we would need to charge $3,705 per charge.
Okay. Supervisor Klein?
Yeah, I want to thank staff for their work, and I'm in support of the recommended action.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Klein. I'm in favor.
Okay, so do we have general direction? And sounds like we have general direction in favor of the recommended action.
If I may, through the chair, thank you for giving direction on parks. Now if we can go into the Veterans Halls discussion.
Thank you. So moving forward into the Veterans Hall discussion, we are at Facilities and Fleet today. We are asking, based on the fees that are projected in there, we are asking to waive the congressional chartered groups and auxiliaries, the historically sponsored groups, and all county departments and agencies for official functions. And this is based on the current adopted veterans rules and regulations for facilities that we have in place. So we are recommending that we waive those projected costs and maintain in line with the current rules and regulations that we have in place with the Veterans Association.
Okay, any questions from the board? Seeing none, are we in agreement with the recommended action? Okay, very good.
I have a question, Chair. What kind of conversations have been had with the veterans groups about these fee updates? Have they been consulted?
if I may, through the chair, we have not met with the veterans groups as of yet, and that is why we are recommending maintaining with the current rules and regulations that we have in place. And those do additionally, and I apologize, they do include a reduction in the nonprofit veterans and the recognized employees groups up there as well, to maintain in the for nonprofit veterans groups and recognized employees, $90 per day. Nonprofit organization and government agencies, $350 a day, and public use, $500 a day. And those, again, are in line with the current rules and regulations that we have in place with the veterans groups. And moving forward, we would like to set up meetings with them to go through and assess the rates with the veterans groups and look at future potential revisions of that.
And if I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO, the other fees that are there are actually reducing. The fees presented today are based on time studies and taking the overall cost for all of the vets halls and looking at the utilization. So, for instance, public use the current fee is $500. We're reducing it to $268 or proposing. And then the other fee that's the refundable fees for the cleaning deposit and keys will remain the same.
Okay, well, I think we have general agreement on the recommended action for veteran halls.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, through the chair, up next is Sarah McBurney with the Cannabis Department.
Good morning, supervisors. Sarah McBurney, Mendocino Cannabis Department, here today to discuss cannabis fees. Our proposed fees before you reflect an average increase of approximately 71% across the board. While the overall staff time per task has decreased, this fee hearing represents an addition of our county's A87 cost plan allocation, our supervision rate changes, and 2 impacts of salary increases since the last time cannabis fees were discussed in April 2024. In addition to the overall fees, I would like to talk about our license renewals. They cover a period of 5 years. So when you look at your renewal fee, that is paid every 5 years by our applicants. In addition, because we do have the 5-year renewal period, we are introducing a new fee that we're calling the compliance inspection fee. And what this fee will do, it's going to be charged in addition to our renewal fees, and it's going to cover our staff going out on site to conduct site inspections on an additional 10% of randomly selected fallow sites, 5% of all in-program sites, and then additional 6 agency referrals from partner agencies. So when we get a code complaint online, that usually will come in through code enforcement and then gets referred to MCD if they're in program. 6% represents sites that we would want to go boots on the ground and double check that they are doing what they're saying that they're doing. So that additional compliance inspection fee is brand new to this fee schedule. And that fee will represent a total 13% increase to the total renew cost. And again, that renewal cost is only invoiced once every 5 years. So yeah, thank you guys.
Hey, any questions from the board, comments? Okay, I know that we've talked about some of the, looking at different ways of, like if an application is, or a permit is modified, and some of those issues revolving around those modifications. And, you know, some people think, well, I've got a real easy one versus, you know, someone spending a lot of time. Can you address that kind of thinking about why can't we do it another way so that people who really have a simple one, seemingly simple, you know, can't pay a different fee?
Yes, absolutely. So with modification fees, it is very site specific. So although applicants may presume that a modification they have is simple, it may result in additional referrals to CDFW. It could result in additional sensitive species habitat impacts. A lot of the times what we see is modifications that have happened without being reported to the department. So it takes a lot of review time to kind of undo what has been done and figure out the total package of what has exactly occurred. So currently the way that MCD has our fee schedule represented, we do a workload smoothing. So we take the average time out of time studies that we do per fee. Modification has a wide range of time associated with it. And while we do our best to remove outliers, modifications are very unique, again, to that specific site. So currently, the way that we have our workload smoothing associated with our fees, it allows our applicants to be able to look at a transparent fee schedule, estimate business costs, make business decisions. If we were to do a kind of hourly fee with our modification, I think that based on the data that I'm seeing from our time studies, it would actually result in a higher overall cost to our applicants. And, you know, right now, if we have an applicant that calls the department and has a question, we're public service. We have a 30-minute conversation with them. It is truly that. It's a public service conversation with them. If we were to look at time tracking, you know, in that level of detail, we would want to account for all of those phone calls and really capture all of that time. And I think that our time studies would show an increase in those fees.
Okay. And I think what you said before was that, you know, with the efficiencies in the department, that the time dedicated to processing these has gone down, and we are seeing that trend. And so, you know, with the A87 cost and everything added to these, that's why we're seeing this, you know, kind of shocking increase. But the hope is, and the trend line is that these costs are going down. So this might be hopefully the top, and it kind of, as more efficiencies are put into place, they go down too. Is that correct?
I believe so. I think, you know, the variability would be your salary, your 1,000 series cost, depending upon, you know, average annual increases there that could fluctuate, but not much. We're a very small team. And again, just to kind of reiterate what Sarah had said in the beginning of this discussion was, you know, this is not overall cost recovery for the department. We still have, you know, a pretty large net county cost annually. So I think that this absolutely is kind of that shocking 71% increase across the board, but it does kind of start to introduce that A87 cost plan into it and the supervision rate.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that explanation. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think staff has done a credible job estimating the true costs, and someone has to pay for this work. The only question before the board is that someone the cannabis operator, or is it Sheriff Kendall's property taxes? And so I'm going to support this, but I am worried that the department is still essentially being subsidized. And our source of subsidizing it is that same source of funds that's responsible for not paving our roads. Right? Property tax over the long term is declining buying power in this county. And then on top of that, we're subsidizing programs. Should we, in addition to approving this today, should we look at what true cost recovery would be? Is that something that we would like to see come back? Doesn't mean we're going to approve it, but should we at least know how much the fees would have to go up to not be subsidizing the program?
If I may, through the chair, at the last board fee hearing in April of 2025, we did present that for the other departments that had fees at that time, which was planning and building and environmental health, where we had included an indirect cost rate. And it was the direction of the board to proceed with supervising fees only. If you would like us to come back at a future date and present the true cost for cannabis as well, we can do that.
Clarifying question, how much work would that be? I don't want to ask staff to do a lot of work. It comes back and the board says no thanks. And I don't know where the board sits on this, but is there a way to do a preliminary, some rough estimates?
If I may, through the chair, it would take collaboration between myself and the cannabis department to kind of review the entire fee schedule and estimating time. I think it would be a significant lift. They would have to go back and look at all of their time studies and add in, as Sarah was explaining, how much time is spent on the phone when someone calls in. But if that's the direction of the board, we can proceed.
So Chair, I'd like to get your take, and maybe you could poll the board where we stand. I see that we can't afford the footprint we have today, and revenue is not going to rise. The situation will only get worse. One incremental solution is to get cost recovery for everything. And talking to other rural counties, most of them do this. They try to recover every dollar they can. Because if you don't recover those dollars, it means you're not paving the roads or you're not supporting public safety, and we're going to get to those talks in the coming months. What do you think?
Well, I'll go to Supervisor Norvell at this point.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. The compliance inspection you said was done randomly, correct?
If I may, through the chair, that is correct. We use an Excel generator random selection formula.
Thank you. And then is the inspection fee paid when the permit's renewed, or is it paid as the inspections come?
If I may, through the chair, so we have several different inspection fees currently, two. One is baked into the renewal fee, and that does include the cost of a boots on the ground inspection. So per our department policies, every cannabis site must have a boot on the ground inspection at least once every 5 years, which would be assumably in that renewal. In addition, we do have a special inspection on our current fee schedule that's been approved, and that special inspection is kind of what we're using to subsidize the compliance, like the partner agency referrals that we see now. And so we do have the ability to charge that just by applicant. It makes it a little bit messy if we receive sites that have several complaints against them that are unfounded, and we're looking at them and having to charge this inspection fee to go out multiple times. But we do have that ability, and that is a fee that's currently approved.
Thank you.
I guess going back to Supervisor Williams' question, from my point of view, 71% increase to these fees is substantial, and I think that there are a lot of people in our county who are just making it, and if we were, who knows what the 71% will do to a lot of these people, but if we were to look at adding another cost to it, it would certainly could put a lot of people out of business and have the unintended consequence of a downward spiral. So the cost would go up for the other people remaining, and more people would be driven out. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I'm not going to disagree, but I'm going to note that we don't do it with other types of businesses. We don't tell restaurants, your environmental health fees we're going to subsidize because we don't want you to go out of business. It's interesting how we're picking and choosing, and it's more awareness. I spent the 6-week quote unquote recess reading the budget books from 55 to present and plotting data and looking at our financial picture and the trajectory. I don't think the county is in a position to provide welfare programs. We don't have funding sources, and that's essentially what we're doing. We're saying our revenue is going to rise at 2%. We're going to give 5% COLAs, and we're going to subsidize programs because we care about local business. I care about local business. I don't want to see people go under. But the math of it doesn't work. And the way the county's done this over the years is we stopped paving the roads, right? We repurposed our fund away from core government to do other programs. And nobody ever thought, hey, these other programs need a funding source. Property tax can't be it. So I'm just throwing it out there as we look at the fee schedules. We might have to get realistic. If we keep subsidizing it, you're gonna have to lay off more people because you can't do both. And I don't, Sheriff's gonna get up here eventually and probably tell us, he can't do with much less. He's 6 patrol deputies is about as slim as you want to get for 3,875 miles. So each of these discussions is boxing us in where there's an outcome that none of us wants. And I'm suggesting maybe we kind of take it in whole and choose the least worst option.
Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, I appreciate Supervisor Williams' comments, and I understand the direction that he's taking this conversation of we need to be realistic about cost recovery, and we should be, exploring cost recovery for all businesses regardless of what the industry is. I wouldn't support going, 0 to 100 and completely burdening businesses, but I do think that we need to move into the direction of having cost recovery.
Certainly, and that would probably apply to all businesses that the county is currently subsidizing, whether it's through tax breaks or anything like that. All right. So, Supervisor Mulheron. Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. So I too understand, Supervisor Williams, where you're coming from, and sooner or later it has to end. I just want to make sure, because we have already today in this hearing recognize that we're not coming anywhere near cost recovery, and I just want to make sure that we're not going to single out cannabis And I don't think that's your intention, but I don't want to single out cannabis as just the one that we look at.
Supervisor Mulherin.
Thank you. And thank you for all the work that goes into the fee schedules. I understand that it's a lot. Just to Supervisor Williams' point about measuring how much time we're spending and going to full cost recovery, I mean, it would be, I think, my desire at this point, if we're going to move forward today with the proposed fees, that instead of going back and time tracking that moving forward, we ask staff to look from here through April, and if we could start tracking time for those other calls, and we are looking in April at our fee hearing at a future amount that would be full cost recovery, then at that point the board could consider that rather than having the work be done to guess moving backwards. And also, I do think it is a challenging conversation for the board to have when we are talking about not singling out a specific industry. And we know that, for instance, when farmers markets fees increased, the board voted to not move forward with that because we supported the economic development. So there are options that the board is going to have to weigh when they're looking at various industries, whether that's restaurants or farmers markets or cannabis businesses.
All right. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Ms. Pierce.
If I may, through the chair, that's our presentation. I'll open it up to the board for any further discussions or public comment.
Okay. Any further discussion before we go to public comment? Supervisor Williams.
Did we poll on that last item, or are we taking the recommended action?
Yeah, we didn't. So the recommended action would be to increase at those rates. Okay, right? Okay. And then looking at that full cost recovery, is the board in agreement to looking at that or pursuing it and tracking some of the data?
Yeah. Yes. Sorry, I'm absolutely in favor of getting the information in front of us. I'm not sure how it would hurt.
Okay. Okay. You have that direction? Very good. Okay, any further discussion before we go to public comment? Seeing none? Okay, public comment.
Hello. Thank you for all your hard work, Larry Aguilera. And I guess this is the best opportunity for me to say this is when you're talking about fees, you know, it hurts me when I go to a museum and I have to pay a fee just to see my ancestors behind the door. You know, can you make an exception and allow this to be free for indigenous people to be able to go into museums and not have to pay a fee to see their ancestors or to see things? You know, I mean, when you stop and look at history, American history, you know, no group of people has given more to America than indigenous people. You know, besides our land, we fought in every battle, you know. And so I just would like you to consider, you know, not having admission fees for indigenous people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Stephen Amato, president of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I agree with the last speaker, by the way. And also, I appreciate the idea of getting a balanced budget, having cost recovery, being responsible, fiscally responsible, so I don't have to keep coming to these meetings and hearing that there's no money for anything in the future. But 71% increase is fairly steep for folks. It almost feels as an operator being like baited and switched on a pricing type of thing. I mean, there's folks that might need to do these modifications this year. They're going up from an $800 fee to like a $1,500 more fee. That's pretty steep. I think there may be a middle ground here that we work towards this by, it's the A87 that's causing this major increase. It's the bulk of that 71%. It's not so much the salaries. This is from my conversations with staff. And I think maybe we should look towards doing a portion of that increase from that section and then maybe doing more in the following years, let folks understand that these costs are going to be increasing in time to get towards a more balanced approach. And in that time, the department's becoming more efficient and is actually showing less time on some of these topics and items. And I think as time goes on and operators are in business now, we're done with the whole phase one, CCBL approvals and such, folks aren't going to be calling up the department for hour-long conversations. They're going to understand how they have to operate their businesses, what are going to be needed. So by the time we maybe get to that maximum, we're going to see some reductions in areas that we don't have to jump to this whole steep, direction all at once. I mean, if it was like a 5-10% increase, that's livable, but 71% just on some of these numbers is just a lot all at once. And I appreciate the board not wanting to just single out cannabis and understanding other industries need to do this also. But on behalf of the cannabis industry, we have to push back on this. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I have a question. I think the 71 is shock also, and I know it'll be a hardship for people. But if we go part way, the question that the board gets stuck with is how do we pay for the portion that we don't have a funding source. There's no stream to subsidize it even part way. And so I think what that may translate to over the course of the next year is you won't be able to have a cannabis department staffed the way it is today. That's a different hardship. So I'm trying to balance, I think the board is trying to balance those. How do we keep it fully staffed? The most straightforward way is to make it pay for itself so that, and this is essentially people show up and say, I want to do X, and the state of California says to do X, the county has to do Y. We're looking at what does it cost to do Y, that's Z. We have our answer. This is the true cost.
Is it the true cost?
Well, what we're hearing is that it's actually losing money. We're not even getting, with 71, we're not even getting cost recovery. We're still coming out short. So we're subsidizing it with money that didn't go to pave that road that caused 2 fatalities in Walla. And so I don't know what to do with the situation that there isn't a revenue stream for cannabis or, for farmers markets or anything else. I think the county has operated over the years like, we've got millions of dollars, we can create all these programs, subsidize the programs that we think are the public good. We never had a revenue stream for them. We use the road money, essentially, and the public safety money for these other programs. So I just want you to know, I'm with you on the 71% creating a hardship. I don't know what to do to subsidize it, how to source the funds. I mean, knee-jerk response is probably needed scale, right? If people were, instead of growing a quarter acre, if they were doing an acre, we'd have more tax revenue from that and the program would be self-sustainable. But where it's at today, not to reopen that discussion,
right.
I just don't know how to make the numbers work.
Okay.
And do these numbers include the tax revenue that comes in on cannabis?
Yeah.
To the overall county, Kitty?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Dee Pallison. I think it's a real fine line between economic development and paying for core government services, and I'm glad you have to make that decision, and I don't have to do that. But I think we need to get to the place that if it benefits the majority or the most of the population, then that's what our tax money is used for, and if it benefits a few, then it needs to be full cost recovery. If I decide to build a house, that benefits me. It doesn't benefit anybody else, and I should pay full cost recovery to be able to do that to within the law. And that also goes with businesses of all kinds. And I think if we get to that, as painful as it is, because we haven't been focused on that for so long, that's where we need to end up. And so that we can pave roads and we can have a sheriff's department and all the other services that we expect our government to provide for us. And so I appreciate the discussion. I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any further public comment in the chambers? Okay, seeing none, online.
Seeing one, Hannah Nelson.
Good afternoon. Oh, good morning. Adding to this discussion, unlike other businesses, cannabis, you can trace direct additional funding to the county based off of cannabis business licenses. So in addition to the cannabis tax, there's also the requirement for building permits being verified and finalized, which then in turn, even if those costs in themselves are based on cost recovery, the attending increase in property tax assessment directly flows. So I think if we're talking about actual cost recovery, we really need to make sure that those items, plus any grant money that has or will be received, is considered when you're talking about including everything in the hopper. Couple of specific items within the cannabis proposed fee increases is I hope that this new inspection fee for some of the items that Ms. McBurney had outlined it will be utilized for do not overlap with any inspection fee that was already scheduled for the same approximate time period. So, for example, if somebody has a renewal and then there's this new third randomized inspection, hopefully that's not a double whammy. So I would hope that the department can take that into account. And by the way, I really do very much appreciate the notion of cost recovery as well as the hard work that MCD has engaged in to become more efficient and responsive at the same time. An additional item is that if you're going to have cost recovery across the board for everybody, and you do want to do time tracking studies, then perhaps every single department should have an outgoing recording saying this call will be time tracked for potential fee recovery. I'm thinking about other departments where natural inquiries, how is that tracked? Is it attributable to a cost recovery or not? And at what point is it a necessary public service? I definitely do not believe that the term subsidized is an accurate depiction of what's going on, particularly with cannabis, because of the multiple income streams it brings to the county. And I would suggest transparency with that. With respect to modifications, I think it is a discussion. The idea that I discussed with Chair Hashtag as well as with Ms. McBurney earlier today was not an hourly fee, but rather categorizing modifications in either a level 1 or level 2. Level 1 would be presumed a level 1 if it fell within certain types of
Ms. Nelson?
Activities. Yes, this will be very brief.
Just wrap it up, please.
Absolutely. Level 1 would be very minor modifications and a presumption that it would fall within that. However, it could be taken.
Ms. Nelson. Okay. Just any further comments online?
Seeing no further comments online.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, Chair, I think Steve Amato brings up a good question about the tax revenue. Could we ask staff to, if it's not available today, bring back net revenue and taxes minus net expenses for the program for the last year? Ideally 2 years, but at least the last year. Overall, the program with its revenue from fees and the taxes, how does that compare to the overall expense of running the program?
Right, and certainly staff might have that number offhand. No?
I'm not sure. I would look to Assistant CEO Pierce if she has the number. We've talked about it recently, but I don't know where we're at today.
If I may, through the chair, I could have to bring that back. I do want to state that the fees for cannabis are those that are directly coded to the cannabis department. The cannabis tax comes in as a general tax into non-departmental. And so we are also excluding any kind of grant revenue that would be applied to, sorry, let me restate that. If there are salaries being covered by a grant, they are not being included in these fees.
Okay, and I think that from my recollection, the program, the cannabis taxes were running at like between 1.6 and $2 million a year, and that the cannabis program was at about $1 million a year. So there's a net income from those taxes. Let's see, just turning to the staff, there's some questions about the inspection fee and making sure that that wasn't being duplicated.
Hello again, Board. Sarah McBurney, Mendocino Cannabis Department. Yes, we do have systems in place to ensure that if you are up for renewal, that special inspection fee isn't going to be applicable. Or if you're close enough to your renewal period and we were to receive an anonymous complaint on your site, we would capture that as your renewal fee and just include that in with it.
Right. Okay, and I think that Ms. Pierce talked about the grant money not being used to, in these calculations.
That is correct. Yeah, any type of salary offset through our LEAP grant is not included in these.
Right. And just another point about these fees, certainly they're going up at a very, 71% is very high. The question with economic development and everything has to do with, do people go back into the unregulated market? And which is what we do not want. So with that, thank you.
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Assistant CEO, sorry for the delay. So for 25-26, we budgeted for the cannabis department expense-wise to be close to 1.3 million. We had budgeted the cannabis revenue that comes into non-departmental to be close to 1.4. I'm not entirely sure. We would have to ask the auditor what is estimated for 24-25 to end at. So it's pretty close to a break even on the budget.
Okay, thank you. Right, any further comment from the board? Okay, no further public comment online?
Seeing none.
All right, back to the board. Okay, so we're looking, we've kind of given direction to the museum, to facilities, to the cannabis department. We're looking for a motion to kind of wrap this up. Oh, I need to close the hearing. So the public hearing is now closed. Are there any final comments from staff? Hearing none. Okay, back to the board. Okay, so we're looking for a kind of a motion to put in place these changes.
Move adoption of the resolution. I believe we did amend one, correct? As amended?
As given, yeah, we gave direction to the different departments. Okay.
I'll second.
All right, so we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, very good. So, okay. Unfortunately, we're going to have to break now for closed session. So the Board of Supervisors will now adjourn to closed session. As to item 6A, the Board of Supervisors will adjourn and reconvene as the Air Quality Management District Board of Supervisors. Following item 6A, the Board of Supervisors will reconvene to hear items 6B and 6C. The board will reconvene to open session no earlier than 2 o'clock. Yes, Supervisor Mulherin.
I'm just concerned that some of the closed sessions reopen times have been overestimated, and I don't want to waste the board's time or staff's time. So if there aren't any timed items, can we bump that time down earlier, maybe 1 o'clock, just in case? I don't want to wait until 2 o'clock if we're done with closed session.
I would second that.
Yeah. I mean, Supervisor Klein.
Yeah, except for based off the estimates given, I've given times to folks to show up for certain items, so I'm concerned about if we move it too far forward.
Okay, well, we have 3 interviews, I believe, and so figuring each one probably will take a half an hour. Seems like 1:30. Why don't we say 1:30? Yeah, certainly. But we don't want to give people false hope that we're going to be back here earlier than we actually might. Okay, so why don't we say we'll reconvene to open session no earlier than 1:30.
Chair, have you taken public comment on closed session?
Any public comment on closed session items?
Seeing none online.
Okay, seeing none in the chamber, none online, we'll adjourn to closed session.
Estén bien. Y que las familias estén bien significan niños felices, niños sanos. Y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces, está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program, and I realized like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Lo que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
The thing I really want to mention, just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Lo que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa. Porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
I felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí la quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something. Let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda? Let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
I felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras.
Closed session, nothing to report on items 6A, 6B, 6C, 6. Okay, and so we'll move on to agenda item 4E, which is a notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of an ordinance rezoning 25 assessors parcel numbers, APNs in the Rock Tree neighborhood in the Willits area to add a commercial cannabis prohibition combining district to the current zoning designations of rangeland and timberland production zoning. All right, so clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and any correspondence, if any received, has been sent to your emails.
All right, so we'll turn to staff for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair Hashek. Julia Krog, Planning Building Services Director. I'm going to turn this over to Shelby Miller, our staff planner for this item, and she has a presentation that she's going to go through. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Project Planner Shelby Miller. The applicant for project number R_2024-0001 is requesting a rezone to establish a commercial cannabis prohibition combining district to include 18 legal parcels. The proposed project is located in the Rock Tree neighborhood, approximately 3.5 miles northeast of the Willits City Center. The Rock Tree neighborhood has largely been used for agriculture and residential purposes. The project site includes the flatlands of the valley floor, Rock Tree Creek, surrounding slopes of forests and grasslands covering 892 acres. The intention of the Mendocino County Commercial Cannabis Prohibition District, also known as the CP District, allows the county to designate specific areas to prohibit all commercial cannabis operations, including cultivation, processing, manufacturing, testing labs, retail, distribution, and micro-business operations. In order to apply, the proposed neighborhood must be comprised of at least 10 contiguous parcels. The majority of the parcels must principally permit residential uses, and applicants must demonstrate support by at least 60% of the affected property owners. Once the proposed district is established, all new and unpermitted cannabis operations would be prohibited, and existing permitted cannabis operations would have to cease operations 3 years after the establishment date, and there are no extensions. If any property owner within the district wants to appeal or amend the decision, they would have to wait 10 years post-date of approval and would have to gain at least 60% of the support, of landowner support. Any adjacent landowners who want to be added to the CP district would be permitted to apply. In addition, if any of the affected property owners propose to rezone their property, the commercial cannabis prohibition district would be upheld. There are 2 CP districts within the county. The first one to note is within the Boonville Road and Woody Glen neighborhood, which is located just south of Ukiah. The majority of the parcels are within the rural residential and agricultural zoning district, and 3 are zoned rangeland. This was approved in 2018. The second CP district is located in the Deerwood neighborhood, just south of Lake Mendocino. Approximately half of the parcels are designated rangeland, and the other half are rural residential. This was approved in 2019. As you can see, the majority of the parcels are within the rangeland zoning district, and just 1 APN is situated within the timber production zoning district. And residential uses in both districts are principally permitted. And during some considerations to think about are, during the development of the Mendocino Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance, the county had some concerns about permitting commercial cannabis operations within areas that have been zoned to preserve agriculture. Thus, rangeland and timber production zoning districts were excluded from Phase 3 of the Cannabis Ordinance. And with an administrative permit, a home occupation for cannabis processing would be permitted within rangeland zones. And just to note, as of now, none of the properties within this proposed CP district participate in the cannabis program. And then, as some of you may know, in 2021, the same applicant applied for this exact same project. At that time, only 60% of affected property owners were supportive of this initiative. And then I will make a note that these red asterisks indicate that there were 2 pending cultivation permits on this parcel at the time of the 2021 project. However, as of now, they have been denied due to inactivity purposes. So now, as of this 2024 project, 67% of landowners are in support, so just 1 additional landowner is in favor. And as of February 2024, just making note that the 2 pending cannabis permits were denied. And now, without the CP district, the subject parcels would not be permitted to participate in the commercial cannabis operations, and of course, with the exception of the processing, with the exception of processing with an administrative permit due to the zoning districts. And then, so on February 20th of 2025, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the project to the board by a roll call vote of 3-1 based on the facts and the findings of this project. And so just to provide possible actions, approve as proposed, provide some direction to staff or deny. But I'm available for questions, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Williams.
Is it accurate that it's not possible to obtain a permit and license to cultivate on these subject parcels?
If I may, through the chair, Julia Krog, Planning Building Services Director, that's correct. The rangeland and timber production zone does not allow for phase 3 cultivation applications. So the only cultivation applications that could have been obtained would have been for phase 1 legacy cultivators. All of those applications have been denied.
So essentially the request before us today is to ban cultivation where it's already banned.
Oh, it's as the regulations are written right now, those districts are not allowed to obtain new cultivation licenses.
Okay. And so the people have followed the process, and according to the rules that we have in place in the county, this is permitted.
Yes, if I may, through the chair, Julia Krog, Planning Building Services Director. This process was established in 2018, and its complementary chapter is the CA, or Cannabis Accommodation Districts chapter. And both of those pathways allow for this type of application to be submitted by property owners, and there is the requirements that Planner Miller covered regarding the 60% needed support, and this application has 67% support, and they have followed the process prescribed in county code.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Norvell.
Yes, thank you. So given the fact that it's currently not allowed and that we're looking to create these zones, if this were passed and approved today, we're not binding any future boards to this, and it could be changed in the future, both of them?
Yes, both the zoning, the underlying zoning of properties can be adjusted. The allowance for cultivation in particular zoning districts can be adjusted by future boards. And also a CP district, and I may look to council as well for some support on this, but I believe the ordinance currently prohibits its repeal, but I think that's mainly by property owners within 10 years. I'm not sure that that would bind future boards.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski, that's correct. The ordinance does state that while people in the district can't apply for it to be repealed within 10 years, there's no limitation on the board, and there couldn't be any limitation on future boards for doing that. I just wanted to quick add to Chair Hashak's point in terms of following procedure. Yes, they apply for this process. They've gone through Planning Commission. This is still a legislative act by the board to adopt a zoning ordinance. So there are certain findings to make. They're in the ordinance we have today. But it is not a use permit. It is a legislative policy decision.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
So I would think the overlay would constitute a project under CEQA.
Yes, it is. And if you look within the staff report that was prepared for the item, staff utilized the common sense exemption under CEQA because it's prohibiting an activity as opposed to allowing an activity.
Wouldn't it be more appropriate to have an initial study? I mean, prohibiting the activity changes land use patterns and would push cannabis into more remote sites that would have environmental impact.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski, the staff report does discuss this a bit. It's not pushing cannabis anywhere because cannabis can't already be there as it stands. There's a little more analysis on technically that same issue for the processing facilities, but there's so many more parcels that could go on that analysis didn't reach a certain threshold where we thought it had to be analyzed further given the size and scope of this versus the size and scope of the rest of the county.
Okay. Supervisor Norvell.
Thank you. And just for the public's benefit, this the applicant has paid for the entire process for this agenda item?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Right. Supervisor Williams.
Do any of the owners of the parcels in the outline disagree with creating a prohibition zone.
Hello, project planner Shelby Miller here, but we haven't received any landowners like correspondence stating that, so.
And they're fully aware.
Correct.
Sorry, I'm finding the mute button. If I may, through the chair, Julia Krug, Planning and Building Services Director. There is public notice provided both at the Planning Commission hearing level as well as at the board level, and that's direct mailings to the property owners that are affected and those that fall within 300 feet of those boundaries, and then also a posting in a newspaper of general circulation within the county.
All right.
I did have, excuse me, project planner Shelby Miller here. There was one letter of opposition when this was brought to the Planning Commission hearing. By the way, I forgot about that. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Is it possible to exclude that one parcel? I'm more comfortable if 100% say we want a zone, it's our parcels. I don't have an issue with it. Can we remove that one?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Gadrowski, I'd let staff bring up a map of the district and show what we believe that person's parcel. One of the issues that we're looking at and have been looking at with these districts is the extent to which there's a rational basis for it. These districts were established to be kind of protective of neighborhoods, whether for accommodation or prohibition. And so if we're looking at taking out certain parcels, the first thing we have to look at is it creating missing teeth? Is it hurting what the overall coherency of the district would be? In the past, we've had districts proposed that had many missing teeth and had even lack of connectivity within the districts. So here, I'd let staff look at that. I think just depending where it's at, possibly not, but there's a strong chance that it would impact that given that this district is focused along a single road.
All right, seeing no further comments from the board, we'll go to public expression.
And if I may, Chair Hashak, I would suggest that perhaps you hear an applicant's presentation before moving to public expression.
Okay, applicant's presentation.
Good afternoon. I'm Bruce Jackson, and I'm a property owner in the proposed district. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Board, and thank you, Shelby Miller. I'm here to speak on behalf of my neighbors who wish to preserve the quality of life that brought us to make our homes in Rock Tree Valley. As you know, this is our second time around. We were surprised last time when the board raised new subjects during their discussion and then voted to deny. So we followed up with some of the supervisors. In our discussion, we learned that in light of the additional information we had available, at least 3 of them would have voted to approve. So we are here today with some changes to our application and some new information. The Planning Commission has now recommended approval of our opt-out district twice. Their key findings this time around are that our project is consistent with the general plan. It is compatible with the county code. It would provide additional environmental protection for the protected and endangered fish populations spawning in our creeks, and that the proposed district shows community interest in protecting the natural resources and the character of our community. In addition to the Planning Commission's findings, the staff has concluded that we met all of the requirements of the ordinance, 100%. We would like to emphasize that to date, in the 4 years since we first applied, only 1 property owner within the district has expressed opposition by public comment. We note that no property owners are having property rights taken away from them. In all respects, we've met the requirements and the proposed district is in complete accordance with the intent of the ordinance. While this application is for the same properties and the same footprint as our first application, there are a few changes from our first application and some new information that is important. The first is that there is no longer a pending cultivation license within the proposed district. The cultivation applicant at the time of our first application is no longer pursuing a license. That property owner now supports the proposed district and has submitted a petition as evidence. So as noted, our increase in support from people in the neighborhood has increased. Second, we now have the support of our district supervisor, Supervisor Haschak. Prior to making this second application, we met with Supervisor Haschak and provided him with the additional information he needed to offer his support. And there's some important information that was not considered in the hearing of our first application. The topic of adopting an opt-out over a zoning type that already prohibits cannabis cultivation came up during the board's discussion at our last board hearing. What was not made known at that hearing was that this subject was reviewed thoroughly by County Council during the period leading up to the hearing. In staff email correspondence in December 2022, we were advised, quote, they, County Council, concluded it was not a concern. This was confirmed again with further correspondence from staff in January of 2023, quote, nothing prohibits an applicant from establishing a district in an area that may or may not already prohibit commercial cannabis. In addition to Council's determination, there are two existing opt-outs to look at that staff noted. The Deerwood and Woody Glen CP districts are opt-outs that have been adopted by the county. They both contain substantial amounts of rangeland zoning. 70% of the acreage of the Woody Glen opt-out is rangeland. Together, these two opt-outs have more parcels in rangeland than our proposed district. Both the commission and the board voted unanimously to adopt these existing opt-out districts containing significant amounts of rangeland. The properties in these opt-outs have the benefit of being protected from future changes to the underlying zoning and to the cannabis ordinance. We would simply like to have the same protection that they have been given. The adoption of this opt-out district would not take away property rights from anyone. Some have suggested that we wait until if and when cannabis expansion occurs before a cannabis opt-out district is considered for our neighborhood. We have seen that this would be too late. Once the property owner has the right to cultivate, the commission and the board have been reluctant to take that right away. When possible, it only makes sense that an opt-out district be established before an expansion becomes a reality. We have some additional information on the environmental sensitivity of our neighborhood. The county's policy is to move cannabis from sensitive areas in the hills to more appropriate locations. It's hard for us to imagine a more sensitive area than Rock Tree Valley. The creeks within the proposed district, Rock Tree Creek and String Creek, are considered extremely critical stretches of the upper Eel watershed for the reproduction of Chinook and steelhead. Both of these fish spawn in the creeks within our opt-out district. This past Sunday and again yesterday, I was down at the creek, and as I often do, I observed fish. At this time of year, they are in pools of water in the creek bed, so they're quite easy to see. On Sunday, I saw schools of fry ranging from 4 to 6 inches long. I have photos on my phone if anybody wants to see those afterwards. In addition to seeing the fish ourselves, we have submitted documentation to the board of recent surveys done by CDFW biologists within the proposed district, and I hope you've had a chance to review those. The surveys document spawning Chinook during their annual runs as recently as January of this year within the proposed district. The submitted documentation also includes confirmation of CDFW's observations of summertime presence of juvenile steelhead populations in the proposed district, as I've seen over the last 2 days. We feel that we need to address the cost of processing our application, which came up during board discussion at our last hearing. The county does not bear the cost of the application. The county has established fees whose purpose is to place the cost of processing applications on the applicant. Our small group of neighbors paid over $13,600 in fees. Our proposed district is small, simple, and straightforward. In closing, I'd like to say each community in Mendocino County is different. We have detailed some of the distinguishing features of our neighborhood in our application, including its beauty and tranquility, so I won't repeat them here. To honor the character and unique needs of every community, the opt-out and opt-in ordinances were developed with much thought through a 2-year effort. The result was an ordinance now on the books that provides us the right to have an additional layer of protection. It was voted in place by unanimous decision by the board. We are exercising our right to that additional layer of protection for our neighborhood. We have gone through the process. We have met all of the requirements. We have done what we're supposed to do. We have done what an ordinance on the books has told us we need to do to protect our neighborhood. To summarize, there is no longer a pending cultivation license in the district. Support by property owners has increased. We have new information on County Council's determination. Both the County Council and the Planning Commission have found the proposed district is compatible with the county code. We have information that existing approved CP districts also contain amounts of rangeland. We have clarified that nobody is having their property rights taken away. We have new information documenting sensitive spawning grounds within the district. The Planning Commission has found that the proposed district is consistent with the general plan. The Planning Commission has found that the proposed district provides additional environmental protection for steelhead and Chinook populations. And we have the support of our district supervisor for the proposed district. The Planning Commission has recommended approval of both of our applications. With the changes in new information, all in favor of our application, we ask for your approval of this added layer of protection for our neighborhood as the ordinance intends. Thank you for your time, and we welcome any questions you might have now or later in the hearing. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Seeing none right now, we'll go to public comment. Okay, any public comment in the chambers?
Hello. The timer's not going to come on. There we go. Stephen Amato, president of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance again. With this item, being that they're all rangeland, the resource land zonings, I don't see it as a major impact. It's not going to be hurting folks. But there's a few things I'd like to point out. Number one, the distinguishing of environmental impact being only coming from cannabis is a bit of a stretch on this, considering their rangeland. I'm a cattle rancher, and I'm going to tell you now, my cattle do a hell of a lot more to the environment and creeks, if I were to allow them to go into creeks, than they would on my cannabis cultivation. And other crops are allowed to be grown on these zonings, row crops, such as vineyards and such. So let's not pretend that this is only going to turn into major cannabis things, which it's not. The fear of legislation changing would be a very long, arduous process, as we all know, what that would require. And I don't see any change that would allow this to become a non-discretionary use permits being put on rangeland and TPZ especially into the future. So I think there would be protections there. And my concern and our concern here at the MCA is really like, what is this towards down the line in the future? What if things change, neighborhoods change? My neighborhood's changing. There's a lot of senior and elderly people that are moving out, selling to younger people. The fact that there's a 10-year stop date until you can change this again just makes it a little bit of it was an extreme policy to start out with that was put into the ordinance, and this just seems like an extreme request for layers of protection that don't seem necessary. And I appreciate the fact that they're paying for their application, but they are utilizing county resources and time that could be used for other projects that I feel are more meaningful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment?
Hello, my name is Jessica Cronin, and I grew up in Rocktree Valley. I've recently moved back to Rocktree Valley after completing my master's degree in Pennsylvania. I spent the last 2 years living in a state where the largest uninterrupted section of undeveloped land is 500 acres. That's the size of Disneyland. I think that that's difficult for people like me who've only ever lived in California to even imagine. When you think of Pennsylvania, you probably don't think of sprawling cities and suburbs, and that's because most of that developed land is farmland used to cultivate crops. I am not against the cultivation of cannabis by any means. What I am for is the protection of our natural spaces. If we allow cultivation of every acre of land, we end up living in a world where the largest section of undeveloped land is 5% of the home range of a mountain lion, which, by the way, have been completely eradicated from the eastern United States. I grew up playing in Rocktree Creek, and my time in that beautiful valley inspired me to pursue a bachelor's degree in ecology at UC Berkeley as an adult. While at Berkeley, I assisted with a dissertation of Dr. Phoebe Parker Shames, who was investigating the effects of cannabis grows right here in Mendocino County. She found, among other things, that cannabis grows displayed significantly lower diversity of species and deterred large-bodied wildlife in particular. Additionally, domestic predators such as dogs and cats, which are known to decimate populations of smaller wildlife, were detected at twice the rate of control sites. Other researchers have explored the effects on more specific taxa. Gabriel et al. 2015, for example, also working in Northern California, found that 1 in 10 deaths of fisher cats, a threatened species of mustelid or weasel, were due to rodenticide poisonings, and 100% of poisoned fishers had marijuana grows within their home ranges. I bring this up because not only is Rocktree Creek home to endangered steelhead and Chinook salmon, but there have been at least 2 sightings of these extremely elusive predators in our valley. 2 sightings might not sound like a lot, but this is a species that many field ecologists never get to see in their entire careers in person. Rocktree Valley is a haven for human and wildlife alike. The riparian habitat created by our healthy creek allows for a diversity of life that must be protected. The additional level of protection that opting out would provide is the least that we can do. Again, I am not against the cultivation of cannabis. In fact, I was a part of the Cannabis Research Center during my time at Berkeley. However, let it happen away from protected species and creeks. I don't think it should happen in more rural areas, and I would be against the cultivation, the commercial cultivation of any other crop as well. And that's my comment.
Hey, I have a question, Chair.
Supervisor
Speaker.
Williams.
First, I want to protect the mountain lions as well, so thank you. The cannabis sites that you referenced in that study, were those legal or illicit? Because I think my understanding is illegal sites can't be using those poisons.
The rodenticides that were identified in the remains of the fishers, and I'd be happy to share this paper with you, it's available for free online, are considered to be the safer type of rodenticides because there's a low probability of secondary poisoning. And so I do believe that these rodenticides are legal to be used
On licensed cannabis sites?
on license, to my knowledge. But
Okay.
I would be happy to share this paper with you.
And the second question, I don't think cultivation in this location is a possibility. Just to make sure we're in sync.
Why?
Because the zoning doesn't allow it today.
The zoning doesn't allow it today, but it might allow it tomorrow. And tomorrow we might not have an advocate like Bruce who's able to bring our community together, tell us that this sort of thing is happening, when there are so many things happening in the world right now that it is easy to ignore local issues. We had an advocate and an applicant who brought us together to know what was happening and help us protect our valley, which we all care very deeply about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maud Honeyman. I'm a property owner in Rocktree Valley. I've lived in Rocktree Valley for 26 years, and during that time there's been plenty of change, but the basic character of the place has stayed the same. It's a small, peaceful, rural valley where people raise children, chickens, vegetables, horses, cattle, and live pretty quiet lives on small homesteads. I was surprised when I first came to Willits to find out that most Willits residents had never been to Rocktree Valley or even heard of it. It's just a few miles over and beyond Red Hill when you're heading east. But it's kind of tucked away. And whenever you do meet somebody who's been there, they always say something like, "Oh, Rocktree Valley, I love that place." Many parts of our county are zoned for commercial agriculture, and that's as it should be. But commercial pot growing would completely change the nature of Rocktree Valley. I wish you would come see it, because I think you would love it too. And I think you would agree that it's a place whose tranquil, rural character should be given every chance to survive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Haschak, members of the board. I scratched down some notes real quick, but I don't have my glasses, so they're big and they're messy, so if I get off track, my apologies. I spoke with David about this issue last year and this year. I'm well aware of Rock Tree Valley. I patrolled that area for many years in my youth, and I understand, absolutely understand Supervisor Williams' point. It's already illegal. Why would we make it more illegal? I live in a place that's very similar to Rock Tree Valley, county road, dirt road, middle of nowhere. Love it. Rarely did I have to go out to Rock Tree Valley. I was up on the String Creek subdivision quite a bit because of a lot of problems up there with marijuana growing. And so as those things began to encroach over, we began getting more and more calls. The issue and the reason why we're here is because I miss the days when marijuana was illegal because people were really good neighbors, because not being good neighbors brought the sheriff to your house. And nobody wanted to see that. They treated each other well. By golly, it wasn't a bad time, right? But since the teeth have been removed from the laws, we have a lot of people who puff their chests out and basically are entitled. And when the entitlements come, we begin to have problems. One of the things that I wonder on this, would a zone overlayment of Rock Tree Valley trigger real estate agents to have to inform people, if you're going to purchase property out here, you're in a zone where you cannot grow marijuana. I had a piece of property right next door to me that was up for sale, and a real estate agent who I believe to be pretty unscrupulous was showing it to a lot of people that I didn't like the looks of. And so I went over and had a discussion with them and gave them some disclosures about the property and the fact that they'd be living right next door to the sheriff, and I would absolutely see everything that they were up to. And guess what? Those folks that I didn't want to see there chose not to show up. And so these folks are concerned about the future because things could change. And if they're paying for it, Rock Tree Valley is absolutely everything that they describe. It's absolutely beautiful. Roads are beat up, just like mine. But you know what? We learn to live with those things because we live in Mendocino County. I want to support them on this, and I want to know, does this zone overlay, will it trigger people to be told, you're not going to grow pot out here? Marijuana, right now, legal, illegal, and let's face it, we have a lot of legal grows. Okay, great. I have no problem with that. The moment they let 1 ounce go out the back door, it's an illegal grow. And that's a fact. And everybody seems to be letting it go out the back door now. So I just see problems coming, and they just want a little bit of extra protection for them for the future. Anyway, I'm in support of this. I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments in the chamber?
My name is Bob Cronin. I'm on the petition, and I'd like to thank the sheriff. Excellent, well done. And I'm the father of the firebrand redhead down there, who kind of is great. I was with him with the real estate agents, lawyers, and as well as some county personnel have been telling these people that they will be able to grow in Rock Tree Valley pretty soon. This was a couple years ago, so that it's been going on for a while. I walked up to a neighbor who just bought one, moved from Union City, bought the property next to us, and he was building a fence. And I said, you know, you can't grow here. And he said, oh yeah, our lawyer, our real estate agent, and we've heard from the county that we will be able to grow here shortly. And I just walked away at that point, and you know what? That fence is sitting rotten in the west end of our valley, just an eyesore right now. They rented out that place to somebody else, and they're gone. So that's an issue about the future and what the county is telling people. And I'd like to also say that while they were building that fence, we had chickens out there for 15 years without a problem, maybe lost 1 or 2, but when they started building that fence, bobcats, coyotes, and everybody came over to our property and wiped out our chickens in a week. So there is an environmental problem with these fence building and such like that affecting our property. Now they were here first, so we kind of dealt with that, but you know, this is just something that didn't have to happen if the real estate agents were in full disclosure. We love our property. there is a lot of environmental damage that goes on when they do that. I don't care what the people say. I also want to say that we have crossed all the T's, dotted all the I's, and I feel there is actually no moral or reason or legal reason why we should be denied at this point. It seems like everybody here is in agreement. Now you might get phone calls from people that can't even bother to show up here, trying to say how dangerous this precedent this is. It's not. We're just trying to overlay with the extra protection because none of you can guarantee that this will change, that they won't be able to grow out in our valley. If we can guarantee that in the next 2 years, that's great. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in the chambers?
Hello, supervisors and staff. I just want to say what I said last time I was here when we brought this to you. I'm so appreciative of our neighborhood and the people who have spoken today and the people and all the people who have worked hard to bring this proposal to you. And I'm also I want to thank Sheriff Kendall for supporting us. And I just want to say, you know, ours is a small valley, and we are a neighborhood who would like this extra protection, which is a legitimate ask on the part of citizens of Mendocino County. And it's been stated very eloquently that we've dotted all the I's and crossed the T's. And just because our valley would like to take advantage of this opt-out overlay is not necessarily going to initiate a cascade of other neighborhoods coming and asking. But even if that happened, it's if people living in Mendocino County under Mendocino County laws want to take advantage of the opportunities that this overlay district allows, then that's the way it is. You know, I like I say, I don't think this will initiate a cascade of requests because it's expensive and it takes a lot of coordination and cooperation. So I think if our valley has this extra protection and a few other places around the county has it, all it does is emphasize the uniqueness of our county and the diversity of our county and the fact that different neighborhoods and different people strive for different things. And I think this county can accommodate that. So I hope you will support our request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, can the speaker please say their name for the record?
My name's Ellen Drell.
Thank you.
I live in Rock Tree Valley.
Okay, any further comments from the chambers? Okay, seeing none. Online.
We have one online, David A.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Board. Yeah, I appreciate the presentation by this group, but I don't think it's about the fish. I don't think it's about their environment. I think it's about setting precedent and securing a precedent, just like they sort of try to deny. If CDFW was worried about it, they might have had a comment, but they didn't comment. They have the jurisdiction. They have multiple pages on their website about how they deal with cannabis permitting and their process of doing inspections. So they would take care of the fish. This is really an attempt at setting precedent for further discriminatory practices across the county. Again, it's being spearheaded by the non-existent environmental center that's really a dark money lobbying organization run by friends of Chair Haschak, who should recuse himself, but he won't. So what they're doing is they're demanding that their personal prejudices be passed down for another decade because they're worried. Look, the discrimination was the original purpose of this ordinance. It was written so broadly as to capture all aspects of cannabis business in its entirety. It could be, like I've said before, an underground bunker baking chocolate chip cookies with no visible signs of any activity. People could still gather signatures against it because it's a commercial cannabis operation. This is neighbors demanding signatures from neighbors under threat of exclusion in the community. This is the worst kind of peer pressure. It's actually anti-community. It is anti-democracy. It is anti-freedom. It's giving people the power to take away opportunities from others. rather than adding opportunity. We have heard from these petitioners in 2023 that this was about setting precedent because they make sure that all cannabis producers feel unsafe about investing in Mendocino County because the prohibition overlay might come for them anywhere at any time. They have already stated that this is the purpose. They can't go back on it now. Listen, we heard people in Redwood Valley a couple years ago say that they couldn't be happy and they didn't want cannabis there because they believed that the people in the cannabis business wouldn't be the type to support the local fire department or even volunteer at the local parade. This is not about cannabis business. It's about the people. Sheriff said it himself. He saw somebody. He didn't like the way they looked. By golly, that's what this has been about from the beginning, and that's why this ordinance was written to capture all aspects. The county paid $142,000 to the consultant group in a time of fiscal crisis. Are we going to continue to subsidize? These people wanted the $7,000 fee removed. They didn't want to pay their last permit fees. I'm going to end it there. My time is up.
Thank you. Okay, any further online comments?
Seeing none.
Okay, back to the board then. Okay, hold it. Oh, staff, are there any final comments?
No final remarks. We're available for questions.
Okay, are there any questions from the board to staff or the public? Supervisor Klein.
Move the recommended action.
Well, let's hold off on that. We're still taking questions. Any questions? Okay, so I will close the public hearing. Supervisor Klein.
Move the recommended action.
Yeah, for me, given the fact that it's already not allowed, we're not putting anybody out of business, and all the applications going forward are going to be reviewed independently and considered independently, I'll second the motion.
Okay. So any further comments? Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you. I'm going to be consistent with what I've said before on these prohibition zones. The use of combining districts for prohibition is not a policy that I support. These types of ordinance become popularity contests driven more by fear and stigma than by facts, and they do not solve the problems that they hope that they will. We already have a cannabis ordinance that is consistent with the general plan. This does not reduce hoop houses. This does not reduce illegal cannabis operations. If we want to address issues with illegal cannabis, we should do so through enforcement of existing law and the policy that has been created, not through creating new prohibition zones that further divide neighborhoods and create inequity across the county. My concern continues to be limiting the private property owner's ability to use their property to meet future needs, including agriculture, short-term rentals, or low-intensity camping uses, or whatever might come next for residents and property owners of Mendocino County.
Hey, Supervisor Williams.
I think it's a good location to not grow cannabis, and it looks like that's what's happening. Nobody is, and it's not allowed. If it were a group of owners collectively deciding they want to create a prohibition zone and it doesn't affect anybody else, I wouldn't have a problem with it. I think the way the county, zooming out and looking at how these overlays have been implemented to date, I'm not convinced that the county is operating lawfully. I'm not convinced that we're fully complying with CEQA. So I'm not going to support it today. But I do support the Valley protecting the environment.
Well, this is in my district, and I am supportive of the prohibition district that these people have brought forward for the second time. I appreciate their persistence in it and their desire to protect the nature of their valley. So I'm going to vote yes on it, and I really, I see this as people determining what they have in their valley, even when it's already not possible to grow cannabis in that, but their concern is for the future, and so I'm going to vote yes. Okay. With that, seeing no further comments, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries with Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Mulhern dissenting.
All right, we will move on to item 4F, which is discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution directing public health to address the illicit sale, distribution, and use of nitrous oxide in Mendocino County through public initiatives, and in developing a local ordinance to further regulate the sale of nitrous oxide canisters, including but not limited to requirements for age verification, point of sale restrictions, and retailer education. And Supervisor Klein is the sponsor of this, along with Public Health.
All right, thank you, Chair. We're excited to have this ordinance or actually this resolution in front of the board today to discuss banning the sale of nitrous oxide in unincorporated Mendocino County. This topic came about very organically through Roba Valley MAC. A Roba Valley resident brought forward the many canisters that are littered all across Redwood Valley and made it a topic at the Roba Valley MAC. And there's been several months of discussion about the impact in Redwood Valley, what this means for unincorporated Mendocino County. And as I researched the issue, I found that many localities, specifically cities, had banned the sale of whippets. Nitrous oxide often is called whippets. And starting in 2025, at the beginning of the year, we started to see other counties across the state take interest. Orange County was the first to ban the sale, followed by our neighbors up in Humboldt County. And so I had some conversations with our friends in Humboldt. For the same reasons, they were seeing quite a bit of usage by youth. If you go into gas stations in the unincorporated areas, you'll find flavored and colorful whippets, definitely targeted towards youth. In our day and age where flavored tobacco is banned, why do we not have flavored whippets banned? I would say that's much more dangerous and concerning, especially for youth. So in conversations with Humboldt, they ended up tying their ban to the tobacco ordinance as a very efficient and effective way for monitoring this. From my conversations with folks at the state, I think this is the direction that the state is heading as well. I think this would be a good way for us to meet our goal of being a safe and healthy county. And with me today is also our Director of Public Health, Janine Miller, and I want to invite her up for any comments as we've collaborated on this issue.
Good afternoon, Dr. Janine Miller, Health Services Director. So we are in support of the resolution and moving forward with an ordinance in Mendocino County to ban whippets. We really know that there are treatment options out there, but we know from a public health perspective, we need to be doing upstream prevention. And so we are seeing this as an upstream prevention, as we've seen with tobacco. We do believe that we can tie this into our tobacco program, and when we go out on our tobacco stings, we can go ahead and add in the whippets as part of our tobacco stings and being able to look at that. We are willing to write the ordinance. Public Health will write the ordinance. We have other ordinance we can look at and then have County Council review for feedback. We do know that the city of Ukiah currently also has a ban in Mendocino County. We also are dedicated to then working with our other cities, Willits and Fort Bragg and Point Arena, to really make sure that the sales don't end up going into our other cities, because we could see that happen. And can't say that the cities will want to participate, but we would be willing to advocate with our cities to also consider bans within their cities, so to prevent the sale of whippets within those cities, so that it's a whole county ban and not just county and city of Ukiah. We really see this as protecting public health. We see it as protecting our youth. We see it as protecting our communities. There is a lot of littering, and we definitely want to see a change in that. And we also see that it's really balancing. And we know that whippets, as we often hear, it can be a gateway drug. So we want to make sure that we really are preventing that option for our youth. It is very common for youth to get access to. If anybody has seen it, you can get it out of some gas stations. You can go online and order it through Amazon and get like a box of like 500 for next to nothing. And it comes in flavors. So you can get strawberry or mint or whatever you want. So it is easily accessed, and it is easily accessed by the youth within our community. And Dr. Marvin Trotter is here today and also has a couple points that he would like to add.
No, part of your presentation.
Marvin Trotter, thank you, board and Supervisor Klein. As an ex-public health officer for 12 years, I agree with the prevention message. For a more healthy Mendocino County, please ban the sale of whippets. Nitrous oxide works by reducing the amount of oxygen that goes to your brain, is how it works. And it also disrupts B12 reactions. It makes you happy and high, but with common side effects: peripheral neuropathy, spinal cord injuries, cognitive decline, and psychosis. 4 years ago, when I was working in Covelo, 3 young men decided to have a good time in their truck, went and got some whippets from the local smoke shop. I'm not sure what went on in the truck, but the driver hit a telephone pole and they all were killed. The smoke shop quit selling whippets after that. Dr. Georgina Calderon, the CMO at UVMC and an ER doctor, wishes the board could come by the ER and see how many people walk in the door with neurological problems from nitrous oxide. It's not an uncommon thing. High school students, a couple of years ago for the city of Ukiah, did some local photographing our trails, which are littered with hundreds of these little stainless steel vials. I walk on West Road in Redwood Valley and picked up 2 quart containers of nitrous oxide this year, and they are sold at our local gas station. Please ban the sale of whippets. I think fining the businesses $1,000 and suspending their tobacco license for 3 months as punishment would certainly get their attention. I'll be happy to help anything that Public Health Department wants to do over the ordinance. Please make Mendocino a healthier place to live and ban whippets.
Thank you.
Supervisor Klein.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Supervisor Norvell.
Yes, so I've seen people use these many years ago, and I heard you talk about the immediate high they get and how they enjoy it. But I don't think what a lot of people understand is the short duration of that high that they get compared to the consequence of the long-term effect. Maybe you could speak on that.
Well, you have to use it repeatedly because it is a short-term high, and people go out and buy large cylinders or quart things and fill up balloons with the gas, and that way you can have a prolonged effect. But one thing that sometimes people come in and they can't walk, and it may be months before they can walk again. They're B12 deficient, they've had toxic brain damage, and I think the thing that a lot of people don't realize is how much cognitive decline. When you don't have oxygen to your brain, that's not a good thing. And when you're sucking on a balloon all the time, no bueno.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
To you, Chair.
Okay. Any further? Well, we're not on public comment yet. Okay. Any further comments from the board? Okay. Supervisor Mulheron.
So thank you, Supervisor Klein, for bringing this item forward. I think that, it will still be, I appreciate the efforts, and I think, focusing on brick and mortar sales is important. It will still be a challenge with the online sales, and it's just my understanding from researching online that once we have a county ban ordinance, then technically it would be illegal to sell the whippets for recreational use. So both the purchaser and the seller would technically be in violation of the ordinance. And I think that the tobacco prevention group is a really good place for this so that they can help organize and share out the educational campaigns that could go along with that awareness that just because you're buying it online, it doesn't mean it's not illegal. So thank you for bringing the item forward.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, of course I'll support Supervisor Klein on the resolution. But I'm curious, do we think, looking at other areas that have had these bans, do we expect an illicit market to develop in the resale? And how do we plan to track that? Right, if you take it off the market, somebody will be buying on the Amazon and have a local product that can't be otherwise bought locally. I imagine that has greater value. Or are we creating a drug dealing incentive in the process of banning? And like I said, I'm in favor of this. I just curious if anybody's thought about it.
Supervisor Klein.
I can respond to that. In my conversations with Humboldt County, they have said that anecdotally they see a decrease in usage, particularly around the youth. So like with anything, you probably will see some sort of off-market activity, but my hope is that Mendocino County can join in with the other counties that have banned this and send a message to the state that really the action needs to be coming from the state. The state is the one that has driven the flavored tobacco ban and whatnot. And so really we need to see some action from the state, as well as funding the programs for the prevention and the enforcement of such activities.
Yeah, one of the things with the flavored tobacco ban that we did several years ago was that people in the unincorporated area of the county were very concerned that it wasn't banned in all of the cities. And so, working with the Tobacco Coalition, that it was really important to get that, impetus out to those cities to ban it too, because once we're all coordinated, it does provide a cohesive structure for enforcement and prevention. It's concerning to hear that Amazon can still continue to sell, and some of the gas stations, especially on tribal lands, can still sell. But we have to do what we can do, and I hope that this is just the start of this push to work with the cities too that haven't done it yet. Okay. With that, any public comment?
My name is Dolly Riley, and I want to thank Dr. Trotter and Dr. Miller, and I very much want to put out a big thank you to Supervisor Klein for the work she did, and I want to give a little background. It did come to the Redwood Valley Municipal Advisory Council last March, but there has been work on this ahead of that. In 2022, a group of teens at the Arbor Center successfully lobbied Ukiah City Council to pass an ordinance banning the commercial sale of nitrous oxide canisters. And it went into effect the next year. Prohibits Ukiah City businesses operating under a tobacco retailer's license from selling the drug. Little bit about me, and maybe you'll give me an extra half a minute. I have a degree in drug and alcohol studies. I worked as a substance abuse therapist for the county for 7 years, and I've been in, provided lots of expert testimony and drug and alcohol issues for Superior Court, so I know what I'm talking about. So in March, the Redwood Valley MAC, Municipal Advisory Council, sent a letter to the Board of Supervisors saying we support this resolution, such a resolution for a countywide ban on the sale of Whippets nitrous oxide containers. We cited what Dr. Trotter has already said. Whippets can cause strokes, addiction, death. And this would be another step toward addiction prevention in our county. Also, the canisters trash multiple biking and hiking trails. So outlawing would improve the environment. It was our understanding at that time that the city of Willits had also passed a ban, and I could be wrong. I was going to talk about some crimes and a DUI death that was caused in Eureka that was in the Ukiah Daily Journal, but I'm not going to go into that. Instead, I'm going to emphasize the one part that is really important in developing this ordinance. I'm really glad that you'll be working with public health, but there needs to be stated consequences. There needs to be, okay, so the city of Ukiah in their ordinance, they said, any violation of this article is subject to civil penalty of $1,000. Notice of the violation given in accordance of subsection. Any person wishing to appeal, etc. We're not City of Ukiah, so it's going to need to involve the county sheriff. It's going to need to develop, we need to develop something that also considers possibly environmental health. So it's going to require a bigger team to make this pass. That said, I just want to say I very much encourage a resolution today to allow the development of a sound ordinance that has consequences. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, hashtag members of the board, I support this. I've been speaking with Supervisor Klein on this quite a bit since it was brought up at the Redwood Valley MAC. Supervisor Williams' questions about whether or not this is going to cause some black market issues. Yes, it absolutely will, but we've had these black market issues for a long time. Sometime around, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago now, myself and then Lieutenant Allman and Sergeant Kendall served a search warrant on the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club, who was selling nitrous at the Redwood Run. We seized their nitrous and their stuff, and along with about $85,000 or $90,000. I called that a win. But guess what they weren't doing the next year? Because we took their money. They weren't selling nitrous the next year. And so these problems kind of already exist, and one of the things that we look at a lot of times in the addictions world, especially with our youth, the availability of things sometimes is causing use. In the exact same fashion that fentanyl, my goodness, supply was driving demand. And I see so much of these things in the gas stations and what we used to call head shops back in the day when I was a kid. You know, that's where the hippies went, the head shops, when you were from Covelo. And I'm thinking to myself that they were probably just mom and pop stores, but kids from Covelo thought that everything was a head shop because we learned about it in the 70s. But these things that are being sold, they're so available that that's why we're having the use. They are not expensive. And that's another problem. Children have not been priced out of these things. And so if we can get ahead of it now and make it a little tougher for people to get their hands on it, you heard all of the reasons why we shouldn't have it. So I think it's kind of a good endeavor to take it on. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any further public comment? Okay, seeing none in the chambers, any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, back to the board.
I'll move the recommended action.
I'll second.
All right, any further comment? Okay, we'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right. Moving on to item 4G. And since I'm the sponsor of this, I will give the gavel to the vice chair.
Item 4G, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution in support of Proposition 50 to temporarily authorize changes to congressional district maps and affirm principles of fair and democratic elections nationwide. Supervisor Haschak.
Well, certainly this is it's a controversial issue, but I felt like it needed to be dealt with. So, you know, in my district, we had a BRIC grant, which is a Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities grant through FEMA. And we received the first phase of it. The second phase we were expecting to get, and that was unilaterally eliminated by DOJ and the current administration. We also saw the other week about a presentation on healthcare and the implications of the HR1 and, you know, what it's going to mean to our county. And that was passed strictly on party lines. And so, you know, what we're seeing is this blatant manipulation of the process of our Congress. We're seeing, you know, a lack of checks and balances, you know, and we're seeing that the playing field is being manipulated. What we saw in Texas recently with changing their map by 5, you know, to benefit the Republican Party by 5 seats. We saw it in North Carolina before the last election. We just saw it in Missouri, where their legislatures are passing this legislation to gerrymander their party, you know, the congressional district lines. And so this act, which was presented by the legislature and the governor of California, was to balance the playing field. Some people will say, look, we aren't supposed to be getting into those kind of politics. At the same time, you know, in June, we did we did a resolution to oppose the SAVE Act, which was the act safeguarding American Voter Eligibility Act. And that was, you know, that was a congressional act. So we unanimously voted to approve that opposition to the SAVE Act. We've, you know, we've heard a lot about Prop 36, you know, and so we do take stands on these issues that are important to the county. And also, you know, if Prop 50 passes, you know, some people say, well, we'll lose our representation, you know, in the county. Well, in some ways, we will gain another representative representing a rural county, because we would be split into 2 congressional districts in the county. And so, in a way, that could benefit Mendocino County. And I just believe that, you know, in the Dr. Seuss book of Horton Hears a Who, is that we all need to do our part. And our contribution to this discussion of Prop 50 is important for our democracy and for our country. So I would like to see the passage of this resolution.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Comments? Madeline, Supervisor Klein?
Yeah, I don't have a question. I have a comment. I don't know if I've ever received so much public comment on any other item in my 9 months on the board. And while I heard quite a few mixed reviews, the biggest thing that I heard from my direct constituents was, no, this is nothing to do with the work of our county at this point in time, and 2 wrongs do not make a right, and we should not be supporting Prop 50.
Anyone else? I'm going to get, my apologies, Supervisor.
Thank you. Here. Before we have public comment, I just wanted to say that for the last 10 years, I've said the same thing. Local elected officials need to focus on our role. Proposition 50 does affect Mendocino County, but at the end of the day, the decision is up to the voters. When the board takes sides on statewide propositions, we pull ourselves into partisan debates that don't belong in these chambers. When I ran for local office, I have committed to a nonpartisan role, and I feel that our job is to focus on the services and priorities that we can provide in Mendocino County. I trust the people of Mendocino County to weigh the impacts, educate themselves, and make their own choice on Prop 50.
Okay, so I'm going to not get into the weeds debating whether Prop 50 is the right thing or the wrong thing for the state of California, but I'm going to agree with two of my colleagues, Supervisor Mulhern and Supervisor Klein, that I just don't think that it's in this board's purview to get into the circus of what the Republicans and the Democrats are doing at the national level. I think Supervisor Mulhern pointed out very clearly that everybody gets a say in this, and it's at the ballot box. So I hope we don't get too far into the weeds about debating whether Prop 50 is a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm going to agree with the two of them that this is just not in our purview. Okay, so we'll go to the public. Anybody in the room? Public comment? Sheriff?
Chair Norvell right now, right? And members of the board. Proposition 11 in 2008 and Proposition 20 in 2010 in California made clear that none of our residents wanted gerrymandering. They wanted this to be fair and equal. And I think that those two propositions did a very good job for us, and it put people on nonpartisan boards to make sure that things were level. Now, this is coming forward because of problems that we're seeing in Sacramento, in DC. Those are their problems. And I think that one of these days there's going to be some kind of a diagnosis that occurs about the mental health issues that are going on in these chambers. Not ours, but it might be catchy. Lord knows whatever they're drinking. I don't want a sip of it. Let's not bring it in here. Let's not cause division in Mendocino County. This is one of those things where they're saying, my goodness, we're concerned about a wildfire, so let's go chop down all the trees in the forest. I mean, same outcome, less smoke. It's absolutely ridiculous that we would go to take this on. I don't agree with it in the least. The other thing is, it removes local control. One of the things that I've always agreed with our supervisors on is that you guys do take local control. You've got to live with the losses and you get to celebrate the wins because of local control. And this is not a personal thing, Supervisor Haschak, but what the issue is if we lose local control, why are we going to have a board of supervisors? Why don't we just let the state legislature make all of our decisions for us? Why don't I just have the state police come in and do my job for me and be accountable to no one in Mendocino County? This is not the place we want to be. And there are people on both sides of this. There truly are. That is not our issue in Mendocino County. I don't get to pick a red side or a blue side. I got to be the sheriff for everybody. You folks don't get to pick a red side or a blue side. I've seen you folks represent people on both sides of the coin equally and fairly without politics involved. And that's where we need to be. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I concur. Just kidding. I have a little bit more to say. So the Citizens Redistricting Commission is a nonpartisan commission that has no politicians and no lobbyists, and it was voted on by the people of California. And it makes our boundaries, congressional district boundaries, based on communities and voter equity. Now, if you were to look at the map, which Proposition 50 proposes, you're going to have a hard time finding where Mendocino County is split in two because it doesn't give you details. It doesn't even list the names of the counties it's affecting. Basically, it takes Mendocino County and gives you a east side and a west side. What happens to all of our resources and our concerns and our community when we're divided into two? Right now, our congressional district is 760,000 people. Mendocino County is 89,000 people. In the last election, we had less than 40,000 people vote. In a congressional election, there's about 320,000 people that vote. So if you're a congressman for this half of Mendocino, and if you're a congressman for this half of Mendocino, why do you give a rat's ass about 20,000 votes or anything that community cares about? You don't. You don't need a single vote to win your election. We will be completely silenced as a community. Completely silenced. Our resources could get diminished. We will have no voice as a rural community. And to me, this isn't a red issue, it's not a blue issue. We have to, I expect, Mo, I want to, excuse me, Supervisor Mulhern, I want to thank you for your position on this. There's not a lot we agree on, but I'm so glad we agree that this is a nonpartisan board. And it's so disappointing to see you take such a hard Democrat line caring about what they're doing in other states. If you want to talk about Republican Democrat, 25% of the voters in California are represented by 17% of the congressmen here. And you want to bring that down to somewhere between 3% and 7% in fairness. That's not fairness. That's gerrymandering. And it will only hurt this community.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
Through the chair, if I may, could I please get the name of the speaker for the record?
My name is Teresa McNerlin.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board and staff. Adam Gaska, Executive Director of Mendocino County Farm Bureau. California Farm Bureau, Mendocino County Farm Bureau, and most other farm bureaus around the state, if not all, have publicly come out in opposition to Proposition 50. This is a blatant effort at gerrymandering our congressional districts to gain more Democratic Party representation in Congress. This is an assault on the California Citizens Redistricting Committee, an independent body created by California voters to prevent gerrymandering. If Proposition 50 passes, the unavoidable collateral damage would fall upon rural residents who are already at a disadvantage by being underrepresented at the state and federal level by further diluting their representation. None of this is fair or democratic. We are disappointed to even see this matter being discussed by our county supervisors. You are elected to oversee the management of our county, and while it is important that you stay engaged with our state and federal representatives, as higher level policy does influence our county, supporting this proposed gerrymandering would harm the communities elected by diluting rural representation even further. Just this morning, we heard our registrar of voters estimate that the cost of running the special election to be $350,000. Even if the state reimburses the cost, this added workload affects the ability of our assessor's office to carry out her normal duties. We respectfully request at least that you, as a board, stay neutral in regard to Proposition 50, but we would prefer if you oppose it. Take a stand, defend fair elections, and represent the interests of the rural residents that elect you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Madam Clerk, anyone online? Oh, we have one more in room. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Carrie Vaugh here. I'd like to ditto everything that these speakers said. It's all spot on. But I would like to say that Proposition 50 is sponsored by the same Sacramento politicians who have crippled California with one of the nation's worst cost of living crisis. These career politicians want to carve custom districts for themselves and partisan allies that eliminate competition, preventing voters from holding them accountable to their failed leadership. Let's not have our county go down that same path. We need a big change in California, and we need you as our supervisors to be on board with the citizens of this community. And this gerrymandering is not what we need. So we ask, or I ask, as a citizen, for you not to vote in favor of Prop 30 and oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone online?
We have one, Adam Shoemaker. Adam, you're still muted.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
We can barely hear you.
Hello?
That's a little better. Thank you.
Is that better? Sorry, I'm at work at the moment.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Klein, Mulhern, Hashek, Norville, and Mr. Williams, I appreciate you taking my time on this. First of all, to see our supervisor, Hashek, put before the board asking that they participate in this egregious act of trying to divide our state more and to benefit themselves for the Democratic Party has been really eye-opening. California has an independent redistricting commission that was voted on by the voters back in 2009, I believe it was. That had over, I think, 74% approval. And in the meantime, Gavin Newsom's plan here, the Democrats went, our legislator, the supermajority went behind closed doors and drew up all these new redistrict plans without getting any consultation from any other side, and put these before everybody, saying that, this is in response to Texas's actions. The California Constitution doesn't allow for gerrymandering, and that's why it was voted on as for a non-partisan commission. The state of Texas allows gerrymandering and is allowable based on their constitution. We are not Texas, we are California. And I really want to take a moment to say thank you to Supervisor Maharan. I voted for you. I expected this vote out of you, because when I voted for you, I took the person that was arguing the issues of our community, and that we could be well represented. A couple things really quick. Just so you know, this whole new mapping was created in a backroom deal that had it wasn't bipartisanly made. State of California is gonna be spending upwards of $250 million to do the special election. This gerrymandering is going to disproportionately harm communities of color, reduces competitive elections, and erodes accountability. And when it says in this Prop 50 that this will only be a temporary solution, and it's going to reconvene for the bipartisan commission in 2030, is a complete lie. We already know how those things work. Like when they say we're going to raise the taxes and fees and regulations only temporarily. Okay. Gerrymandering districts by politicians is never okay, whether it's here in Texas or anywhere else. We believe Texas and all states should adopt California's independent citizens redistricting model. While we might not like what Texas is doing, California shouldn't retaliate and sacrifice its integrity. California must rise above partisan games and protect fair, competitive elections without resorting to gerrymandering. Thank you.
Thank you.
We also have one more online, Jen.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say that Prop 50 is in response directly to Texas and Republican power moves to redraw districts, potentially trying to rig elections in favor of Republican Party. Prop 50 would let California voters approve emergency district maps to counter attempts that the Republicans are trying to shred democracy in all of the states. Taking the high road, as Michelle Obama used to say, doesn't work anymore. Of course, it's best when both sides are fair, but right now, MAGA has shown that they've challenged the rules and they take everything to their advantage. Maintaining moral integrity is important, but refusing to fight back aggressively has been interpreted as weakness, giving Republicans room to move forward with their agenda. It disgusts me that our leaders aren't willing to fight for our democracy. At some point, we're turning into a dictatorship, and within 4 years, we might have a dictator for real. Donald Trump's talking about running for a third term for president. He's trying to get the Supreme Court to allow him to do so. And it's time to fight back. I'm tired of laying down and allowing Republicans to do everything that they want to do. Do I agree with gerrymandering? No. But it's time to fight fire with fire. Something needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone else in the room? Yes, sir.
Chair Haschak, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle. I'm here to strongly oppose placing your support for Proposition 50 on the agenda. Prop 50 is not about fair elections. It's a partisan gerrymandering bill. Newsom's attempt to take redistricting power away from California Independent Citizen Commission and hand it back to Sacramento politicians in the next 3 elections. California has created the Independent Commission to protect voters from exactly this type of manipulation. Prop 50 dismantles those protections, lets politicians pick their voters, and deceives the public by pretending it's reform. That is hypocrisy. It protects incumbents and the majority party, not the people of Mendocino County. Even worse, I believe that the board is stepping into dangerous territory by taking a formal stance on a statewide ballot measure that is absolutely partisan in nature. You could tell because of the public comment. Under Government Code, Section 8314, elected officials cannot use public resources for campaign activity. Public resources including staff time, county equipment, office space, and even the official business of this board to debate and endorse a partisan ballot measure here is at a minimum an appearance of campaigning with taxpayer resources and at worst a violation of the law. The people of Mendocino County elected you to focus on housing, jobs, water, and public safety, not to use this dais as a platform for partisan politics. Whether you personally support or oppose Prop 50 is your right as individuals. However, but using the board's official power to campaign for it is neither legal nor appropriate. I urge you to strike this item, respect the nonpartisan role of this office, and return to the real business of this county. Mendocino deserves leaders who defend fair elections, not who lend credibility to Sacramento's gerrymandering. Thank you.
Yeah, excuse me, sir. Could we get your name for the record, please?
Jacob Brown.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you have anyone else online? Ma'am, please go ahead.
Suzanne Shine. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Supervisor Hashtag. I think you are very brave today in bringing this forward. I think these are important issues of the day that need to be discussed. Although the commission came forward, not the Board of Supervisors, but the commission came forward as bipartisan, it was a totally different time in our nation's history. We're at a point in time now when there's lawlessness. We have the very top of the administration that's not adhering to laws. We know that the County of Mendocino relies on state funding, they rely on federal funding, and your board yourself is already involved in numerous other issues that are occurring at the state level, which deal with corporations, which deal with other issues. So this is a very important thing. So thank you so much. I support Proposition 50. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone else online that hasn't already spoken?
Seeing no one online.
Okay, again, anybody else in the room? All right, we'll bring it back to the board for action or discussion. Chair Hashtag.
Well, I can see the votes here, so I'm not going to bring a motion. I do think that this is a critical issue and it's a critical time in our country. And so I just hope that, we're looking at the big picture. And I hope that people get informed about what's at stake and vote accordingly.
Anyone else? Okay, so 4G will not move forward due to lack of a motion.
All right. Okay, so we'll move on to item 4H, which is the CEO report.
Thank you, Chair, member of the board. I wanted to bring to your attention this September is Suicide Prevention Month. This month is a powerful reminder to everyone that everyone has a role to play in suicide prevention, whether through education, support, or simply starting a conversation. Please take a look at this article. It includes 5 steps on how you can help prevent suicides. The Ag Department, Mendocino County Ag Department, is providing an update on 2 key programs that support the region's agriculture economy and marketplace fairness. The Pest Detection Program monitors and traps invasive pests threatening crops such as wine grapes, pears, apples, timbers, and enable early detection and rapid response to protect local agriculture. Meanwhile, the Weights and Measure Program ensures accurate and equitable commercial weighing and measuring, supporting fair trade and consumer confidence across the county. Animal care services is including a picture and a history of Coconut, who is ready for adoption. So if you're looking for a dog, please visit that website. The Executive Office, Budget and Fiscal. To begin the fiscal year 25-26 budget, $6 million in anticipated attrition savings was assigned to each county department. This attrition savings was based on salary and benefit calculations and the average turnover rate across all county general fund departments. The CEO's office has been monitoring the progress made towards realizing the $6 million attrition and savings. That has been determined that the budget is on track to save approximately half the $6 million savings projected. The CEO office recommends that this board continue to follow the strategic hiring plan and the existing hiring freeze to avoid losing any anticipated savings and to realize further savings over the course of 25-26 fiscal year. Fiscal year 24-25 non-departmental revenue is expected to come in higher than originally projected, with final accruals pending the auditor's close, which could help reduce the reliance on one-time funds for fiscal year 24-25, which was $7 million. First quarter report for 25-26 will include information on potential impacts of the increased revenue and CEO recommendations for potential funds. I also attached an update on the state's controller's office, and I'll help you go and read that as well. And she talks about the economic uncertainty in California and really trying to make sure you're not overspending in your areas. So please continue the good work of reducing spending. For HR, I'd like to point out, and I'd like to inform everybody to schedule your Novartis Pharmacy Benefits webinar. So beginning January 1 of 2026, we will have a new pharmacy benefit manager. And so everybody needs to pay attention to that and get online, because the current company that we use for mail order prescriptions will no longer be in effect. The annual employee engagement survey is coming in October. So we hope everybody will sign up and participate in that as it comes out over the next month. And then again, there's the upcoming changes for social services in the Medicare effective 1/1/26. Hope everybody will take a look at that and share that information out there for folks that really need to be following Medi-Cal eligibility changes here in our county and throughout the state of California. Take any questions?
Supervisor Williams.
CEO Antle, just so the board has consistent information, the $3 million you talk about saving, is that annualized, or is that reduced because the attrition is coming mid-fiscal year?
The attrition at this point, holding where we're at right now, we're trending at the $3 million, and a goal is to continue that trending. So we're at 6% right now, but we've got to stay there. And I'll ask Tony, Deputy CEO Rakes, to add any additional clarification.
And Deputy CEO Rakes, what I'm getting at is that an annualized rate? Are we calculating with the current attrition on a 12-month basis we would save $3 million? Or is it $3 million saved even though the attrition is coming mid-year?
Chair Haschak, members of the board, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. I'll answer it this way, and you tell me if this answers your question. To put it simply, we factored in 6% attrition savings based on an average attrition rate across county departments to each department's budget. Where we are now, as of the publication of the CEO report, we're projecting, as of the time we did it, we projected out, I think, 22 and a half pay periods. But based on what we've already had this year, 2 months, and then annualizing it out, we're projecting to save approximately half. If we stay this course, and over, let's say, the next 2 months, we have the same number of attrition, that number is going to increase, and we'll project closing that gap of that 6 million.
If we continue until the very end of the fiscal year at the current rate of decline, how much will we save on an annual basis?
If we were to, if it maintains the numbers that we've realized the first 2 months, and we're approximately halfway there, it's likely, I mean, things will change. It's hard to say that that's going to be, times it by 6 and all of a sudden you have 3 million and 18 million in savings, right? Because things change, and losing that many, we may not realize that level of attrition.
And hopefully the last question, are any of those positions in recruitment to be filled, the ones that we're using in the calculation of 3 million savings?
That's going to be hard to say because the attrition was based on an average, right? That number was calculated not around necessarily specific positions, but a department by department basis and averaging out that across the county percentage. So whether or not a specific position is being recruited for right now that was factored into the calculation, the attrition rate's the attrition rate, regardless of the positions.
But the assumption, the calculation that we're going to save 3 million is based on someone leaving the county and the position remaining vacant. And I think what I'm hearing is some of those positions may not remain vacant. They may be in active recruitment. So I think all 5 supervisors could walk away with a different understanding. Some of us might think we've already saved 3 million. Some might think we may not have saved $1 at all because somebody resigned last month and next month that position will be refilled. How do we get an approximation of the annualized dollar savings? And so this is the basis is we need to cut $16 million. Have we already cut 3 of it and we only have 13 left? The CEO is shaking her head no. So somehow we need to communicate this, and it can't just be in an ad hoc meeting. All 5 of us need to be in sync on a regular basis of how it's tracking. What do you recommend? It's not a trick question. I'm realizing we're in a crisis, and frankly, there shouldn't be anything on our agenda except dealing with the financial crisis at this point. Like, you notice there's nothing with my name on it going on anything. It's because when we meet, we should be focused on how to make this county solvent. Right now, we have more debt we have more liabilities than assets. We're technically insolvent today, by my read. And when I look at the chart, it's getting worse every day. So I would think we would prioritize tracking whether we're on a path to recovery, and if not, figure out how we get there. Sounds like more like a supervisor's report, right? But I mean, I'm serious. Where do my colleagues stand on this? Do you want more in the CEO report about it, or how do you want to move forward procedurally? I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just recognizing we got a sinking ship.
Yeah. Supervisor Klein.
Thank you. As your counterpart on the ad hoc, I think that there's going to be a lot of value in our quarterly updates, and that's perhaps not sufficient enough, but we're going to get the biggest indication the first meeting in November when we have that update, and I think that's when CEO and her team will give us the best indication of where we're hitting. That being said, perhaps we agendize an item in the future to give an update, and not just through our updates at the end of the meeting, right? But actually agendize something as a check-in coming from the ad hoc, the work that's been done, so that there is an opportunity for input from our full board. And I'm curious to hear thoughts.
Okay, well, I'll jump in. That this morning we had the discussion about the strategic hiring plan. And I think that there was some confusion because we were thinking that the $3 million, the budget, what it says in the CEO report is that it's been determined that the budget is on track to save approximately half of the $6 million savings projected. And now we're hearing that $3 million is just from what has gone on so far, and it doesn't take into account the anticipated retirement or attrition and all that. But then to complicate things, we've also heard that we don't exactly know if those positions are being actively recruited that we've saved, or we're saving the 3 million on. And is that correct?
Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO, when departments need to rehire, they come in front of this board like that was the intention to today. And I know that that was deferred until the October 7th meeting, but if they intend to backfill those positions, they come in front of this board, and then per the discussion earlier, there's going to be more material added to that agenda item so that an informed decision can be made that will include financial implications of that hire.
Right. And so with the projected 3 million, is that all from general fund?
That is general fund.
Okay. And so to go on this CEO report, to save that 3 million, we really can't hire any of those back that we're counting for the 3 million at this point. Okay. Right?
Yes.
Right. And if that were just 15 positions that we've lost so far in the first 2 months, as the months go on, then it gets, instead of 15, we need to lose 30 or 50 positions as we get closer to the end of the fiscal year, right?
That is correct, because the savings that will come from someone leaving later in the year will be smaller. Now,
Okay.
It's important to remember that when the attrition calculation was done, we took a conservative approach to the calculation. I believe Supervisor Williams mentioned it briefly, that we started at, let's say, a 9%, and then we lowered it to be conservative to come up with a number that we realistically thought we could meet, given whatever variables we might run into during the fiscal year, in case there was less attrition than would normally have occurred over the last few years.
Okay, thank you. CEO Antle and then Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I just want to add a reminder that it can be in attrition, or they can also save it in contracts or office supplies or other areas. That leaves the opportunity for them to come forward and say, I need this staff position, but I'm cutting my contract with XYZ company 50,000, and that will meet my 6%. So when we're talking all about staff, but in small departments, as we put this forward, we knew that may not be an option for the small departments to go without certain staff members. So I think that's the important thing to understand when somebody comes to present before you. It's like, okay, I need this, $75,000 position, but I'm going to save it over here. So it's not as simple, straightforward. That's kind of the challenge with it.
Right, and I think that we've talked about this before, but I'll go to Supervisor Mulhern first.
Thank you. I was just going to respond to Supervisor Klein's question about the ad hoc reporting out. And I think I felt more questions or concerns by Supervisor Williams' last report out during the supervisor report. I appreciated the CEO report, including information so that I had that to read in advance. I found that to be very helpful. And I just personally would prefer to wait for quarterly updates with the financial data versus sort of this spaghetti that's being thrown on the wall. I really want the actual factual information. And that's all. Thank you.
And I think that what Supervisor Williams was talking about greater information for the board, is it possible in the CEO report to do, department by department, how each department is going in meeting the 6% recommended cut?
Chair, if I may, it will be. Right now, the fiscal year 24-25 hasn't closed, which means July and August have not closed as well. So to the point that we can only run reports as to data that's done, and I'm not sure, I'm fairly confident the Auditor Controller's Office is working on closing 24-25, where they may not have had time to focus on July and August to make sure all those journal entries in and that all the account payable is in and have those months closed, where we know with payroll it hits immediately. So we can track payroll on a more actual basis right now until the Auditor Controller has the opportunity to finish up her work.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Chair, should we get a financial gauge for each department to track where we are? 1%, 2%, up to the 6% we need across the board?
Well, I think that's what we're talking about, right? And, you know, we heard that for salary for the 1,000 series, it's doable. With the other, the 2,000, we're waiting.
Yeah, and we're waiting, and I would also caution that those are expenses. We wouldn't be looking at revenue. The revenue is not anywhere caught up as we go into the hole in the beginning, because our first quarter billings haven't even gone out to the state yet. So we're always a little in the rears on the revenue, but for expenses, of course, we can, maybe in the ad hoc or the department, we can look at where we are with the 2000 series and get a temperature for that, but really it's just going to be a temperature.
Maybe one idea for the CEO report would be each department state what percent of their 6% reduction they think is going to come from salaries versus the 2000 series. And that way we can at least gauge the salary portion of it.
We certainly have time to do that before the October meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, seeing no further comments from the board about the CEO report. Okay. Yeah, Supervisor Norvell.
Sorry, are we on to supervisor reports?
Not yet. Okay. Any public comment about the CEO report? Seeing none in the chambers. Any online?
Seeing none.
Okay, we will move on to item 4J, which is supervisors' reports regarding board special assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest. Okay, Supervisor Norvell.
Yeah, thank you. So I did have the opportunity to attend the Ford Street ribbon cutting along with the last BHAB meeting. I'm sure my colleague will give a more in-depth report on that. I attended the Juvenile Justice Coordinating meeting, which I found very interesting, and it's been a mission of mine to get there, and I finally got my schedule rearranged, so I was able to attend, as well as the League of Women Voters meet and greet in Mendocino. This last weekend, the Nora Harbor Master put on a harbor festival. I think it was the second year in a row. It was an amazing event. There were several contests. One was a fish fillet contest, which then they used the fillets to host a fish taco contest. There was several vendor booths participating, which was nice to see. The theme of the event was pirates. So with that theme, they solicited donations to have the harbor master, myself, Captain O'Neill walk the plank. They raised $3,500 in donations for that. Three of us all walked the plank off the high dock into Noyo River. Some of us got chased by sea lions. Some of us did not. I've signed all of my colleagues up for next year's jump. On Monday, I was fortunate to have a very meaningful conversation with the now senior advisor to the White House on all things homelessness, fentanyl, and substance abuse treatment on Monday. The conversation was geared towards positioning the county to be in line and ready to apply for the monies that will be coming out through the HUD grants. The first estimate was the NOFA geared towards that is going to be around $400 million, so that should be exciting. And just to remind everybody again, McCavan House is collecting needles. If you find needles in the community that's in the county of Mendocino, please call McCavan House at 707-462-1932 or call Joe Ditto directly at 707-727-0402.
Right, Supervisor Mulheron.
Thank you, Supervisor Norvell. You also attended a Mendocino Solid Waste Management Authority meeting. And just the update for when the hazmat is mobile. It was in Willits in August. It'll be in Point Arena, October 3rd and 4th, and in Mendocino, December 4th and 5th. I think one of the important things that has changed is the amount of haz waste that our transfer stations can now collect. So most of our transfer stations collect latex paint, batteries, sharps, and used motor oil. Ukiah Transfer Station, Casper, South Coast, and Willits also collect the electronic, well, Willits and Ukiah collect electronic waste. Most of them also collect appliances, those larger transfer stations, and the treated wood waste. So we are trying to move towards the ability to bring more things with you to the transfer station versus having more mobile collections. I also attended the Patriot Barbecue for public safety on September 11th and served with Big Earl's Barbecue out there at the Forks Ranch Market. And I'm very excited about the Ukiah Recovery Center opening and the 24 SLE beds. I think this is a great opportunity for some folks to be able to maintain their sobriety while they're working to get housing and employment and change their lives. I also attended the IWPC meeting, and the focus of the conversation was really about whether or not to send a letter related to the request to be in opposition to the dam removal. And there was some discussion this morning at the board, and the board has received a letter from Janet Pauley, the chair of IWPC. I was able to offer the new president of CSAC, Jeff Griffiths, a tour around Mendocino County. So we met with the sheriff and we talked about the legislative changes and the challenges that we have with public safety in Mendocino County, and mostly the funding that comes from the state and the expectations that come from the state. We also went to the PUF and then toured some of the other facilities on Orchard Avenue. We have a Project Home Key project, we have a CRT, we have a crisis stabilization unit, all within about 500 feet of each other. So we have a lot of programming for recovery and mental health that has gone in Mendocino County, and I think that when you're in the work day to day, you can lose sight of what a big deal that is for our county, and it's really important that we share that. I also attended the Behavioral Health Advisory Board meeting, and I'm not going to go directly into the data, but I just wanted to point out that if you're looking for specialty mental health data, there is information there, including how many employees we have in substance use versus mental health, the amount of people that we have on Lantern and Petra Short receiverships, which, you know, this board approves contracts almost every single agenda. For financing for those, it's about 64 to 68 individuals per month that are on conservatorships, some of them in the county and some of them out of the county. So if you're looking for data on specialty mental health, it's available there on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board page of our website. We also had a great Redwood Trail Agency meeting, and in the budget from POP 4, Great Redwood Trail has been allocated $50 million. So that will facilitate a substantial build out of that project. And we also, of course, are working to improve the way that we work with tribes. We signed a couple of contracts specifically for tribes and environmental groups to work on the monitoring and cleanups along the Great Redwood Trail, and just continue to work on public engagement to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the community as that project moves forward. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I went to Golden State Connect Authority meeting, and it's a little bit depressing. I don't see anything from Mendocino coming our way. Seems like that was it for the one-time funding for broadband. And then I'm still networking with other counties, looking at their mitigation strategies for revenue, especially the rural counties. The urban county seems to have enough diversification that they're set. Most rural counties are in our situation, although many have general taxes to support the county. That's what's made up some of the difference for their needs between the property tax increase and the rate of inflation. We're one of the few that really doesn't, unless you count Measure B or the fire tax. But in our case, we had advisories for a special tax for a specific purpose. Looking at the last 10 years, we're down about 1.1% adjusted for CPI on road spending. So over the last decade, we've spent less than our property valuation increase. We've defunded roads. At the same time, we've increased the sheriff's office about 2.6% on the last 10 years, 2.3 over the last 20. Jail, similar, 1.9 over the last 10, 1.5 over the last 20. I think this is the serious talk we need to have, that doesn't matter the board, this county over the last decades has had spending on a different slope than revenue. And you can't do that, right? Most of your local discretionary dollars come from property tax. We're only finalizing, CEO can correct me, but I think about 50 houses per year, 50 new houses in this county. Other rural counties our size might be doing 6 times that. That's one of the factors. And so an opportunity is to look at land use policies. We've, fortunately, this county wasn't zoned into a grid of 1 acre parcels, as one of the proposals was back when subdivisions were shut down in the early 80s for not having a sufficient general plan. But the zoning we came up with may not be ideal in 2025. Seeing how little development we have, you don't have a future as a county if you can't house your next generation, and you certainly don't have a tax base. So these are some of the projects I think the board should be looking at, maybe pausing the nice to have efforts for core government. And I felt this way before, but I have even more conviction after looking at the last 70 years of our books and talking to other counties. Other counties have recognized it doesn't happen automatically. It takes effort by the Board of Supervisors to bring business in. I don't know that we're doing that. We put some effort towards economic development, but we're not successful at the level that's necessary to maintain status quo.
Supervisor Klein.
Yes, I'm going to start with a quick update from the City of Ukiah annexation ad hoc, if my colleague doesn't mind. I ran into a city council member yesterday, and she mentioned that they will be meeting with some groups like Mendocino County Farm Bureau and a No Annexation Coalition. They're going to be meeting with the city next month. And so looking forward to hearing the engagement that comes out of that conversation with the community groups. I know that CEO Antle has been communicating with the city, asking for a meeting, and I don't think that a date has been found at this point in time. And so would like to see that movement happen so that there continues to be the conversation. For my supervisor report, I'm continuing to get a lot of requests for road maintenance. I think all of us are in agreement that we need to improve not only our county revenue so that we are able to do these kinds of work, but efficiencies in terms of how we're maintaining our roads. Wood Lake Drive has been very active, and I'm lots of roads in Potter Valley as well. Assemblymember Chris Rogers' legislation, AB 830, to help Hopland is on the governor's desk. We're very hopeful that he will sign that legislation. They negotiated some funding into a budget trailer bill to support AB 830, so that it's looking very positive. I was with RCRC in DC talking about secure rural schools, payment in lieu of taxes, of which we receive $1 million a year. That's supplemental funding for federal property. It's essentially tax sharing between the federal government and local government. We also were discussing rural health care while we were there. That same week that we were there, there was a hospital that was closing in Butte County, and there was also a hospital that wasn't making payroll in Modoc County, so it was a very timely conversation. And I know that there was good discussion here from our board about Mendocino County's health care. We had a great conversation with the new chief of the Forest Service, really important relationship there with our federal partners. RCRC had an annual meeting. The speaker was PG&E. County budgets conversations. I've been speaking with a lot of our counterparts. A lot of other counties are struggling as well. Most of them are having the same conversations we are about essential services and meeting our mandates. Some of those counties have much smaller general funds, so their gaps are a lot smaller. And I'm hoping that we can find some collective strength and ideas through those conversations. I've been meeting with and working with the fire districts, both the Coalition with the Fire Safe Council and the Chiefs Association, supporting our fire departments. And then I also wrote a letter to the CPUC regarding the need for undergrounding our lines and asking them to urge PG&E to work further on undergrounding, as that's a major fire risk for our community and a lot of other rural communities.
Very good. I attended the CSAC board meeting, and then we had a visit from the CSAC president. I appreciate Supervisor Mulheron touring Jeff Griffiths around part of the day, and then the conversation we had with staff and President Griffiths about, you know, county issues, what are the core things that we need in Mendocino County, and also what the impact of state actions have in the county. I attended a Caltrans meeting, and we talked about the red routes issue, and it looks like they're optimistic that a path forward is being created at this moment. Okay. Let's see, Assemblymember Rogers held 2 town halls, one in Willits and one in Ukiah. They both were well attended, and a lot of good information people got from those. Like Supervisor Mulheron said, we had a great Redwood Trail meeting, and you know, the $50 million is going to be critical for the success of this program. And also, a lot of it is for environmental mitigation and also tribal outreach. And so those are, you know, for the Eel River Canyon, those are really crucial issues right now. So look forward to moving forward with those things, and setting up meetings with some of the tribes in those areas. The Healthcare Summit, I got positive feedback from various parts of the community over, you know, all the information that was provided during those. And also I attended as the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council meeting, and you know, one of the key issues was getting more funds for kids who are homeless and you know, needing lunches, you know, these snacks. And so we put more money into that budget, and hopefully that will provide some needed nutrition and connection for those kids. And with that, you know, we'll adjourn the meeting at 4:15.